Don't worry, I
in
won't say
Minecraft.
anything.
Actually, I don't know. You two probably won't interpret that threat.
Lucky hasn't learned teleportation yet.
All right. Okay. We're good. We're good.
I counted to 10 on my fingers.
This is Rain. What is this? I don't even know which one this is.
30-something.
Hey, also, by the way, if you
35?
want to know what the hell's going on, support us on Patreon for the audio, only $1 a month, because all the front end of this is staying in.
Okay, this
Take
is
two.
Rain 38.
Oh,
38. Thank you.
I just checked because 37's out.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. This will be 38.
38.
Like, I'll know what episode it is at the end when I do the metadata, because I always do metadata for the audio, but I'm like, I don't always remember. Anyway, shout out to our patrons like Adam DeHart, Blackest OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos Dragon, JDV9000, Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogram, and Trevor, some guy named Bob, and Varian the Crow. Thank you very much for your support. Support us on Patreon to get more. Like I said, the audio recordings do not necessarily line up one-to-one with the video recordings. Okay, we're in Tredecim. Good job, everybody.
We made it.
Yay.
It's great.
We are in Vatican City.
Pretty much.
So, you guys are being installed in the guest quarters of House Verity in the Palace of Fidelity. I have a lot of fun with these names. Do you need a recappa of what that was like, or is everybody got their mind palace built?
Yeah, I got me Mind Palace.
I
We're on a
don't.
mountain,
I'm
right?
fine.
All right.
Are we on a mountain?
Not yet.
We are one of- we are
No,
on
I
one of the
thought
hills.
we were
There's a
still
lot
on
of
a mountain.
hills.
Big hill.
Okay, but we're elevated.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
You're in a mountainous region, kind of. All right. Okay. Yes, I think the only thing would be to kind of backtrack a little bit and kind of talk about some stuff. You guys would have been shown to the guest quarters. Obviously, Kevis is sticking with you for a little bit. There was a slight conversation with his father, the Duke, about, making sure he's not, like, just skiving off responsibility hanging out with you guys. But, he's in there. You guys probably would have been taken to the guest quarters, though, by Kevis's mother, the first Duchess. That's Lady... Technically, Lady Doctor? Yeah. Siley Verity.
Lady Doctor.
Yeah, she's a fellow of the Royal Society.
Oh.
So she's a trained physician.
Neat.
And, polite woman. You've met her in passing before. She's already in the Dramatis. Let's see. I had a couple of NPC descriptions, but we're in that phase where some of this stuff was written a while ago and some of this stuff wasn't. Let me double check if I... Okay, no, I did not record a physical description of her in my lower notes. But she's probably of nondescript height and build. Nothing you would say too remarkable.
Cool.
Got probably a, light hair, but not compared to the actual members of House Verity. So probably, like a medium blonde. And she is perfectly polite, to all of you. And as I said, the crew has probably seen her or met her in passing.
She said she was Lady Doctor?
Yes. She's also a member of the Royal Society, so yeah.
Okay, then I've most probably definitely met her.
Oh, no, I do have a description. Okay. Yeah. Striking red gold hair, the Crownlanders, blue eyes. No notes about build. The new character note is that probably somewhere along the palace, because I'm not drawing up a fucking floor plan. I'm not gonna tabulate exactly where anything is in a place like this.
The innumerable hallways and twisting corridors of a castle.
God help you if you ever have to siege an important palace. That's just company actions, baby. I don't gotta do shit. We're not gonna dungeon crawl any of these places. But somewhere in your almost said transverse. That's probably not quite correct. While you're walking around, though, you are going to have kind of a brief encounter where you just are walking around, and kind of around a corner there's just a lad,
A dude.
you'd say 8 or so, kind of what you would expect from House Verity coloring, pale skin, kind of platinum blonde hair, bright blue eyes, runs up to Kefis without a care in the world, and is like, sorry, I'm mentally checking myself. How far do I want to go with the voice?
Oh no.
How deep do we?
No.
How far gone did we lose ourselves?
No, this is gonna be a high pitch, childish brother.
Yes, no. Brother Kefis, you're back.
There we go. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more fucking Nah, I'm not gonna say shit.
No, I'm not going far into the speech impediment. Throw his arms around Kefis's. I don't know. Verity can be a little spindly, so I'm thinking probably at least his knees, maybe the waist zone.
I would
He's
say
8.
waist.
Yeah.
Oh, that means he's in the fucking headbutt your crotch range. Ah!
Kefis, returns the hug. Does the not quite, kneel down, but make sure he's on the level. And he says, "Now, Silas, we have guests. Come on, be polite." He, turns and introduces, starting, of course, with the Marquess. "This is my friend Leslok, the Marquess of House Logi." After which, despite not paying any attention to any of you at all, the young man, now introduced as Silas Verity, the third son, is, perfectly polite, adopts, back straight, hands behind, bows. "A pleasure to meet you, sir. Your lordship," and, goes down the line. You guys can, decide how polite you are back.
I'll be polite to the polite kid.
Yeah. Boy.
Seems only right.
But after the round of
Turn has to
introductions,
give in.
just kind of,
Yeah.
good. So I didn't hear what Axe said. What was that?
I said return as what was given.
Yeah. So yes, you find him very, very personal and polite. And after the round of introductions, immediately snaps back to, what you would expect as normal child behavior. Kind of tugs on Kefis's sleeve, and it's like, "Oh, I want to hear stories about all what you've done while you've been gone. You were gone extra long. That must mean you have extra stories." And Kefis is like, "All right, Silas, all right. Later, though, I guess, need settling in, etc." And so Silas probably follows you around, but quickly gets bored of your boring unpacking business and goes off about whatever his business is.
I can totally picture that he would be the kid that Kevin tells all the fucking detective stories to.
Yeah, he probably
Some of
edits a
those-
little of what he talks about, but
Some of
yes.
those are still house secrets, so he can't.
Well, yeah, embellished, of course.
And Kefis does say in a bit of idle conversation, you are unlikely to meet his youngest sister, young lady Constance, because she is only about 4 and thus usually stays in the wings with Kevis's stepmother, the second Duchess, Lady Celandine, who is a cousin of Lord Ferretti, I believe. Not his might be his younger sister. Let me actually double check my notes.
The notes. What the notes?
Because obviously this serves as a show don't tell, but I'm telling you because we spin a lot of plates about the political alignment of House Verity, where the Duke's first wife is a member of House Whitestone. You've been to their castle relatively recently. It was literally like a week and a half ago. I don't even think it was the full 2 weeks you were in Castle Wolfitrude. So, that's a strong, crownish sort of association, but oh no, okay, so it was one of his cousins who went to Ferretti. So yes, actually that would be the Count Ferretti's younger sibling, is the second Duchess. So, very close political ties there. Which is funny.
Yeah, I'm about to say, wait, weren't they fighting over shipping earlier?
Yes, they were. They were a little catty. It seems like perhaps that this, their entangling political alliance is not quite as clear-cut as, you guys with, say, the House A, which, at least so far, has alliance with House A has held up pretty well.
I hope so.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
But yes, after that, you guys are free to, as said, it'll probably take an hour or two to get a message back whether or not you guys are cleared to go up the hill, and not gonna like. It's less of like, you're pretty sure anyway that the Pontifex is not gonna like deny you access, but it's more just like, hey, we've got a state visitor coming up. Are you guys good? You in the middle of something? They're not gonna be like secretly in prayer or doing something where they're all gonna be busy and you show up, kind of a thing.
Oh,
the wheels of diplomacy keep on turning. So you've got a little bit. The only thing probably that Kefis would bring up is, well, he's quite happy to show you the city. Is his father did mention, and he would probably be willing to pop in to go over to Speculation Hill and check in at the Astrolog Observatoire.
Well, I did want to go check in on modern leyline theory, and I believe that was the place. I
think that was the place a lot of the others wanted to visit.
Before we head out, though, Inos does want to pin a few messages, well, a couple messages, rather, to House Alphen and House Ghouls, and to basically the effect that he is in the neighborhood and will maybe, hopefully, stop by within the next few days.
He is planning on calling.
Is this a threat?
If things do not go weirdly.
It's not a threat. It's remember, there's no, you're talking about free telephone. You're pre-telegram, If you want to let somebody know you're going to come calling and not surprise them, you got to send your fucking letter ahead of time.
Yeah. But Inos will pay a courier service, on a decent speed horse to, deliver that ahead.
Yeah, you're what? Fucking Wealth 5?
I'm Wealth 5, baby.
Yeah, no problem. No problem at all for you.
I don't think we need to make a really big scene about this, because, like I said, it's sort of something that we've talked about out of character, but Inos will probably find a moment to talk to Konrad and apologize for making such a big fuss about chasing him down on the ascent to Tredecim. Inos doesn't believe that what he said was wrong necessarily, but he could have handled that situation in a much more better manner. Letting Konrad have his time and not, accosting him in the middle of it. As Inos realized that no one else has really mentioned it, and he has taken that as everyone else has trusted Konrad and he did not, so he feels slightly ashamed about that.
Konrad responds back he's okay with it. He wasn't really put out that Inos had come after him. He was just kind of maybe venting a little bit of the frustrations that he was trying to think about how to do at the time, and
Yeah. So yeah, we will shorthand that conversation.
Yeah, and I also did mention this out of character, but we'll throw it out there in case there is anything to respond. But like I said, once you're all settled in, Aurelia does probably pop her head in Conrad's room, or just when she sees him in the common area when you guys are getting ready to go out, just ask if he's, would she even phrase it as if he's she probably would, a little frank, be like, ask if Conrad's all right. Did he get whatever he wanted out of no, she probably would be a little sassy and phrase it as like, did you have a nice morning walk, kind of a thing.
Yes, your boots really helped.
I think that's probably just the closer on the conversation there. Just smile smugly to herself, walk away.
Smug.
I mean, that I feel like if I'm not reading her wrong, that is kind of Aurelia's default.
I would say probably more sassy than smug.
I mean, smug and
She was
sassy are,
probably
as far as
more-
I'm concerned, synonyms.
She was probably more. It's a terrible way to phrase it, but she was probably more smug before her dad died.
I don't even know.
Now she, like many of you, had to. Talking about character presentation, I hope it comes across that Aurelia is still young, but has obviously had to very rapidly mature for her age, like most of you, on account of the great tragedy of her situation. So she's. Her vibes are a little different, than they would have been if she was actually in the prologue.
Maybe it's just me, and this is maybe a Dallas thing as opposed to anything else, but just smug on a teenager is just sassy, because I cannot take them seriously.
Well, she's not that much younger than us.
That's fair.
I mean,
Anyway,
once again, Dallas not... I'm not actually only 21. I am older than that.
I mean, that's fair. I'm 26. I'm the youngest one here.
Yes, I know you're a fetus.
I don't think that DDoS is anyone here.
Like goat.
Jones.
As I stretch my knees and they pop.
Anyway,
I'm
the
just like,
observatory.
Mine too.
DDoS, wait a second.
Yeah, I know. I caught it. We're moving past it. That's not relevant.
I said the wrong thing. Whatever. I don't.
We know what he meant. Anyway, the observatory.
The word escaped me.
By the way, I would like to let everybody know, I don't know exactly when I wrote this, but people at home, my shot was called. I literally wrote this down. They are under absolutely no obligation to, but knowing this crew, it is likely they are going to visit the Astrolog Observatoire.
But now there's actually a reason, but yeah.
I
sure
I
that was-
wrote it
Oh.
wrote this 2 or 3 weeks ago and was just they don't have to go here, but they're gonna go here.
I mean, I'd like to go there and learn about leyline theory, and then
Sorry.
maybe go to the main place. I don't remember if we talked about the actual main coven, or the main actual temple for Naxia in Decidum, but I feel dumb for not using any proper nouns here, but that's on my list.
I mean, that has not been discussed because you guys haven't out loud asked any characters or rolled about it yourselves. You have access to Kefis and Conti if you want to know what stuff is, but the primary focus of religious aspects is on Astracan Hill. What's up?
Before we head out, I would probably send a message to the hospital requesting an appointment.
That's fair. Yeah.
Basically noting, like, obviously not in depth because I'm not writing all that onto a letter, but noting if they have any qualified surgeons in the, which I'm pretty sure they will in a major city like this. I'd be very
Yes.
surprised.
No. Especially as we've discussed, there is a little bit of focus on healing. There is actually a place called the Quarantine Hill where they kind of like converted it into a medical ward. But the Observatoire takes up, as I said, most of the speculation hill. Though there are kind of lower levels in the surrounding streets around the hill are, covered with studios, workshops, and laboratories for scholars, chapter houses for like various fraternities and like fraternal orders and orders of merit and stuff. The actual campus itself is pretty large and sprawling. The hill is important and historical because this was the position where, from Veritas did most of her actual astrology-ing, observing, the stars and the skies. And somewhere still at the heart of the campus, there is the actual set of, standing stones she used for pretty basic, like calendar stuff. Like actually, charting, it's this month when this star moves over this rock kind of a thing. And so, like I said, that's still like at the heart of the campus is built around that structure. So there's a few preserved megaliths, and just in general, the courtyards and open spaces of the actual observatory campus are covered with things like sundials, the water clocks. There are some actual clocks. Like there's probably a fairly recent clock tower built onto the campus, which has like painstakingly kept time. There are also several high astronomy towers and other like open spaces where you can observe and chart. There's some great vantage points to see probably all the way down to the horizon. Probably can't see all the way to the sea from up here. Maybe if you get a tall enough tower though.
Yeah, but no tower can be taller than the freaking.
I can't remember the taller than the mountain. Yeah. And you guys would see, kind of walking the campus, touring things that, they have a lot of telescopes of various sizes and other observing materials. So here, probably Kefis basically gives you this speech in character. At the Observatoire, they catalog all manner of celestial phenomena. They keep track of the movement of the 13 celestial houses, basically your stellar months, which are associated with different constellations. They keep track of the stellae, the moving stars. They also are experts in all forms of calendars and almanacs, so they track the passage of the seasons by marking equinoxes, solstices, phases of the moon. This is also very useful for keeping track of festival days and other things. And they make sure to report on any sort of celestial phenomena which are unusual. Shooting stars, comets, eclipses, unusual moon conditions. In real life, we talk about stuff like, blood moon, blue moon, hunter's moon kind of a thing. You get some extra moon phases at some time. And also, while they can't, guarantee how these all works out, they record these all painstakingly. There are volumes of scrolls and text in the vaults below the main building. Literally, you guys probably walk by on campus. Kefis points out there is just, imagine what you would expect, like a decently sized, like, college classroom area that's just full of writing desks, and there's just like a dozen, 2 dozen, scribes just transcribing the shit out of some stuff, constantly maintaining the records. It's not a perfect match for earthly history, but the chance to track the births of everyone in House Verity and around the city, and keep track of all manner of observations, the weather, rains, tides, droughts, harvests. Occasionally, the records have commentary on the history of men. But in addition to their record keeping, which is very painstaking and precise, though again is all kind of formatted in the context of the calendar, days, nights, months, years, etc. They also were kind of a hotbed in general of scholarship, especially where you would expect to come to philosophy, theology, and engineering. Many people who fail to take their vows in seminary end up among the Observatoire, which is actually an order of merit, the Order of the Astrologians. So they're in here, and handfuls of priests and monks also study and teach here, in addition to teaching at specifically religious schools. So you guys will pass by just wandering around, whatchamacallit, just, taking a tour, looking at the sights. There's just clusters of guys dressed like scholars. Just picture a Renaissance scholar, that guy. There's 4 of them. They're standing in the quad. They're talking about something over coffee. No, not coffee, because you guys don't have the coffee bean, but you know what I mean. Like, there are just guys out here who literally have nothing better to do because they are full-time scholars than discuss stuff. Religion and faith, philosophy, scholars, the relationship of the church, the kindred, sorcery, gods, greater natural order. You do also, I did mention there is some engineering being done. In the study that's particular to the Observatoire is the burgeoning field of optics. They do, I mentioned before, but I will remind everybody, they work very closely with the Glassblowing Guild. So you probably see a lot of symbology of them around. So Kev is knowing you guys' interest is sure to point them out. They've got a lot of new designs for telescopes, microscopes, and yes, by the way, the original microscope is from like 1600. So yes, they have
Rad.
I told him that,
the
actually.
clarity is not very high, but you have rudimentary microscope technology, sextants, obviously, and what Kevis refers to as field glasses, basically very early binoculars. You're not talking like multifocus or anything, but like instead of opera glasses, you have field glasses, so you can have like a binocular vision to look at things that are very far away. Because the tube length is different than a telescope, they're not going to be as precise yet. But again, very rudimentary tools for looking at things that are far away up close.
Cool.
And in general, they have a lot of precise instruments for all manner of measurements. They make a lot of charts and maps, both of the sky and of the ground.
I bet they got astrolabs.
Yeah. And honestly, like, this is probably the place where like your like standards of measurements in Troika are set. Like, if you want to ask, like, hey, how much is a foot? These guys know. How much is a crownish pound? Oh, here, look at this. Look at this piece of metal. It's exactly 1 pound weight. We keep it, in a cabinet, so you know.
They just know this off by heart.
Like, yeah, they have carefully maintained, weights and measures. And in general, the locals at the Observatoire are, got a lot of scholarly and intellectual brew, but sometimes clinical. Inos, I assume you are veiled because you are in public.
Yes.
Are you keeping your hood up trick?
What's the weather like?
In Tredecim, pleasant, temperate. A little brisk. You're up in the mountains, but you're indoors, so it's not like you got to worry about a cross breeze.
Yeah, I don't want to be causing no fuss. Yeah, hood up.
All right. So obviously, like I said, Kevs gives you the penny tour. He says that there's an office he would like to step in and check. But obviously, if you want to look around at anything particular, you have a moment.
Inos would definitely pop up. It's like, where would I go? Let's see. Inos basically asked where would he go to like inquire on a particular field of study or theories here.
Well, it would depend on what field you're looking for, Master Inos. The observatoire is not exactly structured like a modern university, but we have several interior departments and chairs. Strictly speaking, my father is technically the dean.
What does he say technically?
Well, yes, the head of House Verity is usually regarded as head of the school. Not always, but usually. Honestly, he does actually have a great many things to worry about. Kefis actually inclines his head towards Leslok when he says this, because Leslok's been the Marquess for like a month.
And some change.
Yeah, and your to-do list is already immense.
I don't have time to run. I wouldn't have time to run run even like an actual cadre of Veilers.
Yeah. So like Kefis says, so my father does not take a personal interest in the goings-on, but there are several lower heads of departments, very similar to the university we saw in Crown. Is there a particular region you're looking for?
Sorry, I'm trying to think of the best scientific way to say it. It's like theoretical phenomenon? Or
So, we're looking for occult studies, as it were.
That's a much better way to put it.
Yes, hidden things. Well, we have a few scholars about there. This may actually be a good opportunity. The person I'm thinking of is not strictly the head of our department for occultics, but she may be able to help you in a more direct way. But we have several libraries I could put you in touch with otherwise.
Inos expresses appreciation at that, and we'll take Kefis's offer on that.
All right.
I like the idea.
Yeah. Nicola would ask Enos his permission to join in, just because that was what he was going to ask about. So,
well, the more the merrier.
but I don't just want to insert myself.
Yeah.
Well, it's better than you going off on your own. Who knows what trouble you get into then?
Could possibly get lost. As I said,
I rarely
are very big and deep.
I rarely get others of our group in trouble.
It's not others I'm worried about. I'm worried about you.
I know. That's why he didn't. That's why he said very specifically that thing. I was very careful with my words.
All right. Then follow me. And Kefis actually takes you to kind of a back corner, you surmise, of the observatoire. You end up kind of like, not really in like a dorm, but like, there are, it's set up like an old-timey college. If you've ever, seen a scene in a movie or something that's like that. So like, there's going to be like lecture halls and then, offices, workshops, that kind of stuff. So you're kind of like in a back somewhere, at an office. There is a little plaque on the door which says Eramita Star. And Kefis does not bother knocking, just throws the door wide open. Professor, are you in?
Means Kefis is
I've
comfortable
brought
coming
some
here.
friends and associates. Mostly friends. Strolls on in. So you guys are in the office of some sort of professor. There are shelves stacked to the ceiling. They are full of books, and also full of things that are not books. There are charts, maps, and scrolls kind of stacked haphazardly. There are probably a few non-book things put on the shelves to hold up the books. You know, globes, busts. Probably every third spot where you'd want to hold up a set of books, there's actually a bookend, but there's not nearly as many bookends as we have situations where we're ending books, if you're following me.
Is this place an environmental hazard where everything can come crashing down in a comedic way?
Yeah, probably. If you pull on some of these books, there is a very large desk in the back. No windows, by the way. Lots of lanterns and candelabras, though. But very large, you know, very solid desk, of which there are approximately 0 inches unused. There are at least some plush, like, sitting room chairs. About half of these are also being used to hold things. Books and papers, mostly. But I'd like to imagine that there's also probably, like, some just random crap in there. No, it's probably too specific of a reference. Just in general, there's just a lot of stuff.
Stuff and stuff.
Yeah. Let's see if I can actually get the image of fire to grab. Yes, no, that's what we're looking for. Because I'm not sure how many people would remember this one right away. But hey, who remembers Sherlock Holmes, or Herlock Sholmes, actually, sitting room in Great Ace Attorney?
I do.
It's like that.
Just more books.
Which I've posted for the people at home. Yeah, just books piled open. Some of the books are open. There probably are a couple throwing knives stuck in the wall.
That's a kook. That looks like more like a. That's like a throwing knife. Kukri. Like her.
I think actually also in the Holmesian canon, Sherlock, while he does throw knives occasionally just because he can, I think he may specifically have stabbed those letters because he's annoyed at them. It's like how he throws his bust of Napoleon Bonaparte to the floor. But yeah, so there's just a mess of things. And popping up from under the desk is a person. Kevis did use the feminine pronoun earlier, so it's a woman. She kind of pops up, puts her monocle back, and it's like, Kevis, you surprised me. I was not expecting visitors today. I have dropped my bottle of ink. She kind of brushes her hands off her tunic. Obviously, I mentioned her name before. This is Adamita Star. She's wearing a monocle, a relatively,
What's up?
plain scholar's like tunic or robes.
All right.
Probably got one of those, partially shaped, kind of floofy Renaissance style hats, with a little feather. Her physical appearance is probably a little striking. Her skin tone is probably more of like a bronzed or amber look, like you would expect from someone from Celticy, but her hair is more of the white blonde color of House Verity, or perhaps a Trone native. Kind of, green-gray eyes. She will, like I said, brush herself off and after a moment of realizing, notice quite how many of you there are. And she's just like,
okay.
Wonderful, great, excellent. Who have you brought? Kev is just kind of, chuckles to himself. He'll run down the introductions.
I'll introduce myself, but yeah.
I think at this point, now that we're like not so in public, Inos will, let his hood down at least, expose the horns, and his more reddish skin. Still
adjust
veiled
monocle and be like, oh.
I almost went.
Excellent.
I almost want to do a bit of just saying I'm Leslok Logi in front of Kevis and don't say anything else and see if she figures it out.
No.
If you don't do it, I'm going to introduce you.
No, no. Kefis unfortunately dobs you out immediately.
Yeah,
Immediately.
No,
like I said, he will
sorry.
run down the introduction line of.
I
And
did.
does
I
actually mention your titles. This woman's reaction is to kind of like, do the classic like clasp her hands, maybe steeple her fingers a little, and go like, Kefis, excellent. You have brought patrons. Excellent, your lordship. Excellent, excellent. What area of study are you interested in?
Did she just like announce that to anyone in particular, or?
Well, she said your lordship. She's talking to Leslok,
Okay.
but she is kind of like addressing your whole group. Kefis does kind of run down in return introductions, and yes, she probably does get out ahead of him a little. But he would say, "This is Professor Araminta Starr. I would probably say that she has been my mentor here in a variety of subjects." He kind of like, a little bit of a stage whisper, quiet enough that like somebody listening out in the hallway can't hear, but like obviously the professor can as well. He says, you may be quite surprised to understand that, as I mentioned, with my father being technically the dean of the college, there were more than a few professors who were a little too worried to take over my instruction. Professor Starr has no such fear. Which, like I said, she probably like adjusts her, monocle and hat again and says, "Of course, fear is an anathema to science."
No.
We're here to strike boldly, but of course, I must thank you for comporting my wonderful students back. Kefis, clear some chairs. There's a lot of people here, and I find myself quite without enough chairs. Kefis, you stored the kettle before you left, which, by the way, once again, was like a month ago. Where did you put it? He's like, "Professor, have you seriously not known where the kettle is?" "No, of course. I go to the kitchens." Kettle. Just kicks like she kicks a like end table thing. The cabinet doors open, and she's like, there it is. Why are my cups cracked? The Kefis is like, "Don't worry about it, Professor. I believe that some of your guests may have some pointed questions, but feel free to discuss with them whatever you've been working on in my absence." She's just like, well, our current area of study is, I'm currently working on, well, I call it aerial navigation. I have several working prototypes. Gestures to the desk where she's got a little model of what I will tell you in real life is a hot air balloon. But like she's got like a canvas balloon, something spherical with like a little candle under it.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, we are testing a theory of whether we can lift men into the sky with only hot air.
I'm
That's...
going to commit this to memory.
Yeah.
Inos says like, that seems unlikely.
It is a little impractical, but it is more likely than you'd think.
How would you do that?
Well, I'm hoping many of you are passingly familiar with, the concepts of 13 elements and the fundamental forces. You know of levity, the process where air and fire rise. So if you heat air and energize it, it becomes more, light, more buoyant.
Mm-hmm.
If you have enough hot air, you can generate enough buoyancy that something rises above even the cooler air around it. Similar to how boats float on water.
I was going to bring up like how driftwood could float on water. Yeah.
Yes.
If I understand it correctly, birds use something similar to keep themselves from having to flap constantly. They ride on hot air currents. I'm not exactly sure what it was. But they have, wings and stuff, and are made of very light materials.
Yes. She kind of like, not really like gets like a sinister look, but like she like bites her thumb a little and is like, birds, yes. That one was for several years. We tried that. I have several gliders, but none of them are sufficiently powered. No. That will not work. No. I feel like while Kefis is rummaging around with tea, he pitches a little paper airplane to you, Inos. Just passes you one and kind of makes a gesture like, yeah, we're past that one.
Oh.
No. It is not practical. I've tried to study several wing people to understand how they do it, but I suspect that the proportions will not work out. No.
This is the kind of woman who would easily do like the whole glasses sparkle and push up, except just with a monocle.
Oh yes, no. She does. Honestly, she probably does have to often adjust her monocle because, as you might tell from how I'm speaking, she is a very energetic speaker. She does a lot of talking with her hands, lots of hand clasping, gesturing, big sweeping gestures, and then realizes that what she gestured to is just a pile of paper, so she has to like go in there and fish out and like show you the little model, etc.
Okay. Are balloons a common thing? Like, have we as the idea of like gases that have different densities?
Well, first of all, hot air balloons predates isolating helium and hydrogen. Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
But your tech level is where that is currently possible. It sounds like she is your forefront.
Yes.
Okay.
You guys would, I think you would understand. Like heat rises.
Well, yeah. No, this is what
possible that you guys have like, that is more of a like. Asian like culture oriented thing. You guys might have paper lanterns like borne aloft by candles. That's a thing that humans have known about for many centuries.
Yeah, no, that's why Inos and Konrad are all like, that sounds weird.
Yeah, it's possible, but again, you guys don't know what like she's talking about the scale of like how much lift would you need to have a fucking paper lantern to lift a man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's currently on a scale we haven't tested, and she is like pushing that. So we're all like, neat, but also what the hell?
Like, Leslok, as he is also a student of engineering, like gets the concept. Just thinking, it's like, how would you make something that has enough density to like consistently last, to be big enough to contain more than one person at a time for like an hour?
That is
Perhaps
a
the
lot.
question-
Your
of
lordship,
words.
that is where the area of study is. But I can tell
perhaps-
this is not where you were originating. So perhaps one of my other studies. Are you interested in I have a wide variety of areas: dead languages, geology, mathematics, ballistics, or perhaps the general things: astronomy, alchemy?
I mean, Inos does
help?
perk up at dead languages.
That is more of a personal issue, a personal study. But there's many things we are working on. That is the concept of a self-propelled cart. Unfortunately, I've not yet managed to find a way to wind the springs tight enough. But we're getting closer. Some studies the airs of automatons.
See,
Kefis,
here's the
as,
problem. I
he's
want to
like-
talk about a lot of these things. How dare you, Omega?
I'm a Thomas and Nicola.
Look, a
Perk
sketch.
up.
Behold. A sketch of a man.
My main thing, it's a picture of a chicken.
No, though there is probably a little clockwork chicken in the corner.
I mean,
yeah,
that's
she
our
just
small.
like hands you a Da Vinci's Notebook ass sketch of like an automaton probably built into a suit of armor, like joints enough. I've built some scale models like this, a little more than wooden toys. But hypothetically, with these joints, with this kind of spring winding, you could get a man who could probably take a couple steps forward, salute. If he was holding a weapon, he could raise it. Hypothetically, he could lower it and hit somebody, but it would be pretty slow.
Nicola,
In
could you
that case,
design-
I would have to. Sorry, why did I just go fucking French there? Hold on. Accent. Alright. In that case, I'll have to show you something that I've been working on myself, and I will actually pull
It's
out
like-
a piece of
Didn't we come here
parchment paper from my
for-
robes.
Enos is
reason-
gonna actually clap his hands and speak up over everybody. And so, like, yes, okay, I apologize for cutting in over one, but, Professor, all these, studies are absolutely fascinating, but nay, we did come here for one thing in particular. And, Enos will, narrow his eyes at everyone around the room, except for Konrad. Because I heard you about to speak. Enos is just taking charge. It's all like,
What did Logesh do?
you didn't stop this, that's what you did do.
Which is funny because I was about to thank you for stopping this.
But it's like, no, Professor, we were hoping that you would understand something that is called a modern ley line theory.
Yes. We're interested in the interflux of the etherical and geographical. Yes. That is an area I've studied a little. It's a little. She gets kind of like I said, a look on her face, and is saying this without irony. My study's a little impractical, but we have some things. Kevis, how about that? Puts a cup of tea in her hand. Excellent. Third shelf, fourth shelf, ma'am. Yes, fourth shelf. Where did I put the stepladder? Kevis is already like going up and grabbing some books. Kind of smiling to himself. Kevis obviously could have probably bailed you out of this conversation at a couple points, but is clearly having too much fun. Just like, yes. Well, obviously you're familiar enough with the theory to ask questions. Let us sit, perhaps. If there are seats, some of you may have to like grab some books and papers and move them off chairs. But yes, there's room enough for everybody to sit.
Konrad will sit.
Yes, Kevis actually pulls some books off the table and says, "Well, what areas are you wanting to know?"
Well, we've only recently come across the term, and we've been doing a little bit of study here and there. So we're trying to get a more generalized understanding of the theory itself, as well as any sort of... Well, honestly, we need to know everything from beginning to end. Theories, how the theories came about, what like evidence there is for it, what evidence there is for against it.
Studying from the fundamentals will be a good starting point.
Yeah. The fundamentals.
I am, as they say, a professor.
Yeah. Also, sorry, quickly, before we forget, if from memory as well, Logesh did try to study up on places of power, aka ley lines as well. So, I don't have anything to say, Logesh will. But that's later.
You've got some room. So Kevis pulls down a big book, and I don't mean to refers to it, and we'll probably like pass it out to be looked over. That's like the ley lines and their structures. Probably like the old timey. This is, I think, the original work. It is now several hundred years old, but first proposed. Basically, to recap. The fundamentals of ley line structure are... thank you. She says this to Kevis as he wheels over a chalkboard. She produces a piece of chalk from behind her ear. The fundamentals of the theory are very basic, but our world is divided into 13 elements and associated fundamental forces. This is the underlying principle of alchemia and most forms of natural philosophy, as we say. Again, kind of like stage whisper aside, you may not be able to tell, but I very, very briefly studied with the Order of Adamos before I had to leave.
That's a noodle incident.
Oh, my theories were considered slightly extreme and a little too technical. They also did like my studies at the Royal Society, but that's a completely different matter.
Oh, great. We have our radical scholar here. I love it.
I'd love to read
Remind
your
me to tell you
memoir.
sometime about my wonderful theory. Have you ever observed upon the tips of your fingers? Not right now, ma'am. Another time.
Chirality? Oh gosh.
No, not chirality. Fingerprints.
Oh.
people understood that, like, well, actually, hey, if in case you're ever curious where I'm getting Professor Starr's long list of subjects and accomplishments, hi everybody, it's Leonardo da Vinci here.
Yes. No, I got that.
I do believe
Da
Da
Vinci,
Vinci's
like-
notebooks also talk about fingerprints.
Wasn't Da Vinci like 15th century? I'm forgetting that.
Da Vinci
The 300s
is
or below, but
14th
has a wide
century,
variety
technically.
of eras.
But
But in Da Vinci's time in the Renaissance, we understood, like, they started picking up on fingerprints. They just didn't have anything to do with it until much later because you need observational data. But, like, anyway. And the being kicked out of the Royal Society of Chirurgeons has to do with the fact that in real life, Leonardo da Vinci may have dissected some corpses.
yeah, I will probably. Would I know why she got kicked out?
Probably not, because I actually don't think that Leonardo himself was turbo famous all the time outside of his home city. It wasn't until a little later we started to really pick up on his scientific acumen.
At least she didn't try to steal a river.
So she's probably not that well known. In fact, I don't know where in the conversation this will come up, so I'll just mention it. But Kevin would probably talk about. There's a little joke in the observatoire. She is known as the. I don't know if I spelled it, but it's Aren means a star. She is sometimes called the professor of Apocrypha because of her interest in outlandish theories, obscure works, projects of dubious authorship. So, you know, a dyed-in-the-wool eccentric, but obviously very smart. So she kind of, like I said, runs down the principles. Obviously, we can, for the moment, discard the elements, the ninefold elements, the ones associated with body and with mind. Not that those aren't important, but they are not important right now. What we are talking about is the elements of soul. You know, draw a circle around some symbols on the chalkboard. The upper elements are associated with the astral, points up, the umbral, points down, and then the ethereal, the etheric, which moves between them. Aether is an element that we understand exists because we can, in some circumstances, observe it. She kind of, like, shoots a glance at Leslok. Your lordship, I hope you will not find it a pride, but from observing you, I can tell you are a Veiler, no? I've met a few in my studies. Very fascinating branch of sorcery. Seeing the unseen, unseeing the seen.
I've yet to attract ghosts more often than other things.
Yes, but you know for a fact, I'm sure, because the discipline is all about observing that which is not observable. I'm certain that you are able to detect things which are completely ethereal in nature. But basically, she's saying, hey, your school of sorcery requires a minimum amount of points in Eerie, so you have sensed things that other people cannot sense before, is the analogy she's using.
Yes, and I just noticed, but maybe sometimes it might be important to have at least someone in a group of me that doesn't have Eerie to at least gauge if it's actually something that's real or not.
I don't have Eerie, so
yeah,
that's a shrug on that. But as I'm sure you can observe, and perhaps some of your fellows, that means that there are things that are not physical that we can observe. That is Aether. The fundamental forces associated with the Aether are not really understood. We do know that, or believe anyway, based on observation, this is important since I was asked about that, we do believe based on observation that certain phenomena are naturally linked to the etheric. Lightning bolts and the kind of shock that jumps off you on a dry day. She's describing static electricity.
Yeah.
I've heard, though never seen them myself, but on the upper parts of Norlon, there are the Northern Lights, Aurora. That is believed to be an etherical phenomena associated with weather patterns in the north. Why exactly it only happens in the north? Unsure. We lack observational data. But aether is generated and flows between targets. It is closely tied to the soul, but it is also linked to the higher powers. The astral powers lie in the heavens, between stars, fixed formations, rotations of the seasons. She kind of like idly observes, if there is a particular reason why astral powers are generated, we do not know. Presumably it has something to do with the nature of the gods and aligning the order of our world. But it happens. We can observe the transference of power moving through the seasons, the omens. She, gestures over to Cephas. The people of House Verity are quite well adapted to astral phenomena. Then she makes sure to single out Inos. Umbral phenomena come from deep inside the earth. Again, speaking from observations by other scholars here, but she points out some pages in the text you have. Mm-hmm. But deep within the earth, if you go far enough down, it does not actually get cool as you might expect from stone, but it gets hot. There are forces of magma deep within the earth that flow. These sometimes poke through the surface in volcanoes, fire mountains. I have heard they are observable, if not frequent, in Norlon, and more frequent in areas like the Islas and Lagartia. There have been some theories as to whether or not the Holy Mountain itself was originally volcanic. These have not quite been proven, no. The uplifting here is quite singular. It is probably, as we would say, divine providence, but that is a subject for another time. But this means that we can observe umbral forces as well. Eruptions, outbursts, sinkholes, earthquakes, that sort of thing. Power in the earth, power in the heavens. Where does this power flow? Point to the book. The name come up for modernly is ley line. Now the tricky part is, turning to Inos again, you ask, what are our observations for and against? Well, we can observe that there is indeed astral power and umbral power, and generally it is accepted by most of the astrologers that the aether represents the power flowing between the two. We can say this quite simply. Have you ever seen a lightning strike?
It's like, nods, and it's all like, power comes from the heavens and strikes the ground.
Yes. And, while I won't ask if you've ever observed a volcano erupting, it has been observed. Power within the earth bursts forth. You might also take this to be phenomena like geysers. Hot water in volcanic regions heats and erupts with regularity. There are probably a few geysers in Norlon. Those are probably in, honestly, probably more in the Fogville area is where they would have been historically.
Okay, so now we gotta take the Fogville so we can make a fucking hot spring town. This is what's gonna happen.
Well,
You probably have some natural hot springs.
We probably
in
have
the
natural hot
Dragonspike
springs.
Mountains already.
Yeah, I know,
Like
but I'm just saying.
I put it on the list.
Geyser phenomena would probably be in
Why not one more?
area.
Springs are much more common than geysers. Geysers require a lot of
pressure,
weird things to happen. Well,
a lot of water, a lot of rock.
Yeah.
I'm about to say we have sauna culture, so I'm pretty sure we have like fucking hot springs everywhere. Well, not hot
and
springs
so
everywhere.
We observe that the power transfers back. But there are questions of whether it truly does follow specific lines in the ground. If you look at the text, you will see that the original scholars studying this theory have come up with some loose alignments. Mountains seem to fall in ranges. They are structured in a way. Currents flow in the ocean. They also flow in the air, though that is one that, as I said, we have not yet had much to observe, but I am working on it. Soon. There is not. I want to insert an aside, but we're already doing a lot of exposition about the classic how they laughed at me speech. No, she doesn't break out there. She's focused.
She's thinking it though.
She's thinking I'll show them. Yes,
Leslok will read her entire fucking memoir twice.
Like I said, I have not given this character explicit stats yet. I am sure that if you are interested in paying her money to do a science,
I am pretty sure several people here are interested in paying her money to do a science.
Yes, we'll need to give her some stats. I'm going to tell you right now, this character is not going to have any lie. She's not going to be good at that. Hiding things is not in her expertise. But anyway,
sister after my own
continues,
heart.
There are currents that flow. And naturally, also, there are tides. The sea ebbs and flows. Have you ever noticed that tides are linked to the phases of the moon?
Well, Inos shakes his head at that.
Nicola will nod.
It makes sense for Nicola.
Spent enough time on fucking boats.
Yeah. Yes.
Makes sense.
When the moon phase shows narrower, when the moon is farther away and more obscured, the exact nature of which, by the way, we do not understand and may truly never. But that is a separate issue. But the tide flow becomes weaker when the moon is full, and especially when the moon is closer. High tides are higher. There is an actual heavenly phenomena occurring, which we can observe and measure. But as I say, there are some scholars who are still not entirely convinced that the ley line is the format in which this regular exchange of power comes. We do know that there are places where power seems to accumulate and exchange. Storms happen in fronts often, and only in certain regions. But it could just be that that is just how the gods established these things. A question for the ages. The father of mountains is said to have created all mountains. Did he, one by one, finger by finger, raise every single peak of the Midias? Or, perhaps, is he responsible for arranging the nature of the universe so that the mountains did form in that pattern? We may never know.
Well, I would think that would depend on whether or not the father of the mountains has the mind of an artist or the mind of a scientist.
At about this point, that Konrad's eyes start to glaze over.
A cunning question. You are indeed a thinker. But we are losing the audience. She does actually nod at Konrad. We're talking about things that are too esoteric. They are not practical.
Yes.
And trust me, I understand many practical things.
BRB.
EBRBs.
Sorry.
But yeah, basically, she'll round back to the original point and basically say, in plainer terms, what I'm saying is they've come up with this theory of ley lines that there is, two big wells of power, and Aether is kind of the format in which this energy is exchanged between the two. Ley line theory is that this power flows in a network between heaven and earth, kind of a thing, and pools in places. There's a decent amount of evidence that this occurs because there are clusters of activity which seem to form a pattern. Ocean currents are ocean currents and are flowing usually in a specific pattern. There are mountain ranges which do these things. Some of these mountain ranges, for instance, in clusters, are where volcanic activity occurs, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
And weather patterns also flow in certain areas. But also, basically, there are counter theories which also fit their observable data that these things happen because that is probably the predominant theory. Scientifically, the other way is basically these things happen not because that's how energy is exchanged, but rather, well, there's, volcanoes here, earthquakes here, because that's how, the gods structured our universe. It was basically kind of to Nicola's analogy. There's a question of okay, so did the gods structure our universe so that stuff just happens? They don't have to have their hand on the wheel all the time? Or is every bit of our universe handcrafted so that it operates like this all the time. There are some things for and against this theory as well. Obviously, things in our world happen with regularity. We can be reasonably certain that, barring calamitous interference, the seasons will progress in an order: spring, summer, autumn, winter, and then spring comes again. This marks the beginning of a new year. We count out how many days and months and so on. Presumably, as the king of the sun and master of the heavenly vault, our Lord Hydrus does not need to personally make sure that the sun rises and sets every day. But he could. We don't know. I cannot ask him. Can you ask him?
Might be
Sadly,
easier.
scientific prayers do not usually result in answers.
Be easier, get more complicated if we could just ask.
Well, it would take some of the fun out of it.
Hmm.
So, we must observe. Some will tell you that these things happen all the time. But, as this place has kept painstaking records, things do not always happen exactly the same every time, every year. Sometimes there are long winters. Sometimes there are short winters. Why do these occur? We do not know. If every season is handcrafted by the gods, every part of our world is part of their grand plan, which they are constantly observing and managing, then that would simply mean that, I don't know, we had a short winter because Hydrus got bored of winter and decided to make it spring? She kind of just shrugs. It is possible, but not a very practical function. According to leyline theory, the process there would be that some kind of etheric shift occurred. I would say probably, if you encountered a short winter, that would mean that an excess of energy built up in the umbral part and was released. We associate that umbral release usually with heat, pressure, shaking the earth, that kind of thing.
Okay.
If you had a long winter, that may be a result of a weaker amount of energy in the ley lines, or could be the result of a astral release that was stronger.
So if there was to be something like Inos is, thinking about this, like a famine, for example, that could be, if we're using the term that you would say, that means there would be a lack of umbral energy rising up from below. Correct?
Yes, that is very likely. There are a few factors to a possible famine, but if the simplest version, the land is simply not healthy enough to support crops and animals, yes, that would likely mean that there is some kind of imbalance below. The energy in the umbral region is weak, or it is not being correctly transferred. An unfortunate nature of this theory is, as some scholars have suggested, is there has been some questions of, oh, well, if ley lines are like a great river of aether, could we simply dam it up and move it around? Scholars like those at the Observatoire here are not very equipped to enter that discussion. And I must tell you, Your Lordship, if you ever wish, I would not like to put forward that I could dam up a ley line in order to redirect its energy anywhere.
I wouldn't expect that of you.
Hypothetically, if someone with ill intent were to negatively affect a ley line, say, not with any specific instrument, but more in the process of just trying to do as much damage as possible.
Well, my good man, you're hitting on an area of which the theory is incomplete. As I said, aether is, by its nature, intangible. I cannot grasp it. I have asked you, have you ever seen a bolt of lightning? Have you ever tried to catch a bolt of lightning? It's very difficult.
Actually,
No, don't give no fucking thing. We're trying to get the conversation moving.
Okay, moving on. Because I technically done that. We're not going there.
Yes, that's why I'm saying don't.
Well, to briefly expound that, Yes, you have counterspelled a lightning spell before. You have never caught a
not
bolt of
catching
natural lightning.
Okay,
Like,
yes.
That's basically the thing that you've experienced is counterspelling, which if you asked her about, she probably has some input. You should assume that she studied the Order of Adamos. She probably has at least a academic grasp of alchemy.
Yeah.
If not outright knows some alchemy spells. As kind of explained by the counterspelling esoteric discipline, the way you mechanically do a counterspell is basically, hey, you've got a soul, you've got aether. You pit your natural aether against somebody else's aether or the aether in the environment and just be like, hey, don't do sorcery to do that.
But going forward, Lucky's...
Which I think is relevant to this discussion of like, well, as we say, aether is not tangible. You cannot redirect these flows yourself. Sorcery is an outside influence. You can counteract it if you have enough discipline and training. And that does possibly mean that a person who is not of any magical nature may be able to influence aether, but we're talking about values of aether that are dramatically greater than a man. Much like how you might lift a stone, but you cannot lift a mountain. You might pick up a cup of water, but you cannot dam a river with your own hands. The amount of force one human could put against a ley line would be insufficient. So, theoretically, the sorceress disciplines may be able to do something to disrupt it. Or if you brought enough people together, you could do something. But that is a practical solution that none of the scholars before me have ever come up with a solution for, and many have not been eager to try.
So, Inos is in thought.
Yeah.
It's like, forgive me, I'm spitballing here, but
we love theories here. Go. She starts erasing room on the blackboard to start, get some more notes.
So, aether flows through currents, and from what I understand, at certain points during these currents, do they interact with the world? If I'm understanding that part correctly.
Yes. This is probably this is an accepted fact. It is probably beyond even simple ley line theory. We can observe that aether happens.
Mm-hmm. So, sorry, Lucky is thinking here.
Yeah.
Actually, Inos will probably, go up to the chalkboard and, start jotting stuff down and stuff up as well, because I think so. At these particular points, we can say that one man cannot necessarily affect change on his own. Yeah, like I said, one man cannot build a dam in a day. But what if, a man builds, a part of a dam every day over, several years, generations, and whatnot? Like, maybe it is not something of immediate change, but gradual change. It's all like, what if instead of, trying to dam it all at once, it is just simply gently moved? So maybe instead of immediate change, it is slow, gradual change.
Another theory.
You have a remarkable grasp for the theory. Yes, that is a... I mean, I think Lucky's already heading in that direction. That is a possible explanation for factors of the theory. People who speak against the ley line theory say, oh, well, if these currents are established, then, as you asked earlier, how would a famine occur? Some would simply say, it is the will of the gods. We have offended someone, somewhere, and it is our lot in life. And that may also be true. But it may simply be that these things shift. Much like how, if you draw water from a well for generations upon generations, but you take that water out and put it somewhere else, eventually, your well will run dry. The water beneath the earth is not infinite. I do not think there is anything in this world that is not, strictly speaking, finite. It is just, again, a matter of how much can one man do. I doubt even if everyone on Tredecim decided to take a gulp of seawater, we would make the oceans go that much lower. At least not before we were all sick to our stomachs.
I have a question.
But
really quick.
Yeah.
So I have a question here.
Stop.
No, you don't just don't.
But Aren.
Well, I think Aren was making an aside. Go ahead, Dallas.
What I was going to ask is there a possibility that people could learn to manipulate small amounts of aether?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's just
that's
just sorcery, my dude.
Well, you know that, yes. You.
I know he's a sorcerer.
Unless I'm mistaken, I believe that you can do that yourself.
Forgive me. I more meant
markings of a sorcerer.
I more meant in the more raw and direct form.
Well, it is not an area of sorcery that is directly linked with aether. No. The Veilcraft comes close. Some of those are certainly more etherical, but in some sense, the relationship of Veilcrafting is more about the concept of the border between our world and the other side itself. The ley lines are probably, strictly speaking, physical in our world. At the very least, they have a physical repercussion. If I may ask a reframing question. We are curious, right? We ask, is it possible to build a dam one brick at a time? The answer is, to my belief, yes, probably. There is questions of whether or not that can occur, but it seems to be a good explanation for why it seems like our land changes over time. Obviously, we know a few things about crops and the health of the soil. If you spread fertilizer, bone meal, manure, that kind of thing, your crops grow better. If you leave your fields fallow for a couple of seasons, they will naturally replenish. But sometimes your fields are blighted. They will not grow. Why did this happen? Well, it probably means that somewhere along the way, the exchange of aether did not happen properly. Now, could that be that, much like if someone up your river built the dam without asking you about it, and suddenly your river has stopped, it is possible that it does mean that somewhere further up the ley line, that exchange of energy is disrupted. We still do not, at the Observatoire, have any practical experimentation with doing so. But it seems like, if you don't mind me saying, Your Lordship, Master Goldsmith, that you are concerned with a very practical experiment. She kind of sepals her fingers.
You're the boss. What, do you want to tell her?
No.
Again, remember, she is going to have no lie.
Yeah.
She's not good at lying, but also, it has been established she is not, like, at this current time anyway, turbo well respected. She is jokingly called the Professor of Apocrypha, so there's no evidence that people will take her seriously either.
Let's what's the bring of the circumstance of, if not that one that puts a dam in anything, but if aether functions like rivers, wouldn't there be lakes and reservoirs where they flow from?
Yeah. And I guess you could also say, like, talking about maybe
what
not
would
phrase
happen
maintenance, but also
if
like,
you just
hey,
start
what happened?
throwing mud and corpses into there until like the water itself has become tarnished?
You are concerned with... Yeah, you can phrase it that way, I guess. It's just like naturally rivers can get gummed up. Well, that would probably mean that there's been some kind of natural or man-made circumstance which causes it. Much like how heavy rains can lead to floods, which may wash out trees, you may naturally get something which blocks it. The nature of things should be that, at least, again, according to theory, that the aether should reestablish itself somewhere. Probably. It is not physical, after all. It is not bound by the channels. But much like how water flows downhill? Well, water does flow downhill, but I think this is the funny thing. Yes, no, that's what she's trying to like ask a reframing question. It's like whether it is by man's nature or by just natural impetus, the flow should change and redirect. It may repair itself over time, but again, this is all theory. There is no practical experimentation that proves it one way or the other.
It's like,
obviously, you are very knowledgeable about this theory. You seem to grasp it fairly well. I myself am a proponent of the theory.
Inos, would you have any ideas on how to do a practical experiment on this?
Again, she just kind of steeples her fingers. I think she does a little, rub her hands together and just smiles and says, now we are getting somewhat interesting. Off the top of my head, no, I have never actually thought about an experiment to validate aspects of leyline theory. But if I put my mind to it, with my student, perhaps, and some others, we could probably come up with something. The primary factor would be locating an area where we are reasonably sure a ley line is occurring. This is unfortunately one of the aspects of the theory that is somewhat ephemeral.
Mm-hmm.
But go on, sound like you were going to say something.
It's like, Inos nods and it's all like, from the sounds of it, it seems like these sort of places are somewhat natural wellsprings of power, I want to say.
All right, he said power anyway.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say places of power, like specifically, but like I said, astral and all that stuff. Those are energies. You can consider energy power.
Yes.
So.
Well, aether is almost, from what I'm understanding, aether is almost directly pure energy.
Yeah. So.
Amazing.
So it would go to the theory that probably such locations are probably someplace that have I don't know. I don't want to say a vibe.
I mean, you can say an energy.
An energy, an aura, a place of... One of those places where you just step into and you realize something is here. It's like... We have a few locations of that, places of spiritual significance would probably be a good place to start.
Yes, there is some credence to that. It is a aspect of the theory that is not universally ascribed to. Again, as I have said, some people simply wish to assume that things are the way they are because that is just how they have been constructed. There are some who would say that, even among leyline theory, that the power flows where it flows, sort of a thing. And, we are all new discovering this. But others do wonder if perhaps our ancestors who, with perhaps a little less of a scientific viewpoint, had to go much more on, as you say, the energy, the essence of places. When you walk into a place that is haunted, you have a sense for it, usually. Some people are completely blind to matters ethereal. But most people would get a strange sense. You can tell something has occurred here, even though you do not know what it is. It is likely that some peoples, ancient, with no other form of observation than just their own inner senses, would have picked up on this, yes. And you have a few of these places in mind, you say? Yes, interesting.
Yes.
Did I mention that, as I said, my other major area of study right now is cartography? Just imagine her slowly creeping into frame with, a big book of handwritten charts.
I want to look at this.
It's like, yes. Well, actually, I don't remember. Did she mention cartography was her thing?
Yes, briefly when she was also talking about, I forget what she called ballooning.
Ah, yes. In passing, do you have some sort of idea then?
Well, this is more of a, how would I say, a setting up for a setting up, but it would perhaps be possible that my cartographic observations could take me to Norlon, and perhaps we can observe these locations where you think that mayhaps there is something etheric going on. You know, theoretically.
This is when Inos looks at the Marquess.
I have a question for all of you guys before I say anything specifically. Do I give the idea of in summer we have an event, and late summer there'll be a time for that?
Well, I would say that personally, you may want to, invite her to do stuff, but also she did mention right at the outset, patrons.
Yes.
So I don't know necessarily what her funding situation is like, but if you were to, maybe become her patron, maybe fund some of her studies, she might just pop on by whenever. Otherwise, she'll probably have to, kind of figure out things on her own, which might take her a while. Or we have to, take her with us right fucking now, which I'm going to be real, highly unlikely.
No,
but I would say it's I have this great fair idea, but I don't want to say that yet because it's.
I mean, you have discussed that there will be. Do have some plans. Oops, sorry. Pulled my ears out.
Oops.
You do have some. Pull them out, and I put them on backwards. All right, we're good. Correct ears are in now. But you have not only theoretically discussed your idea of the Great Teine Fair, whatever, but it has come up at your possible plans for Summer Court that you might want to wow some of your guests with some displays of the technology and that kind of thing, showing off some of your capabilities. And so that would not be out of the question to mention to her that you are planning on hosting Summer Court. That is a thing that it would be probably not to her specifically, but would be widely known in circles, sort of a thing. So that's not hidden knowledge. Say that you are supposed to be hosting Summer Court, and there may be plans for some things there. I can tell you this for free without asking these questions. If you were to mention that, she would probably still would want to be in town before the actual Summer Court part, so that there's something to show at Summer Court.
Yep.
But that would still be if you were thinking about that sort of time frame.
That would still be a month or two from now.
So, if you want my honest suggestion, excuse me, bleh. It's all just offer her patronage. Say, hey, I will give you money to help speed along your studies and get you over to Norlon so we can study these things in depth and you can make cool shit for me. And just, send her some money so after she has done, well, she's probably not going to quit her post here at the fucking observatoire, but, maybe take an extended leave. And then show up and do a fuck ton of inventing and studying on your behalf. So maybe you don't have to do that.
Yes.
I don't know how to rephrase it, so I just want to.
It's become mine,
you
Professor Star.
You think you could say in out of character, in character? Hey, that thing that Lucky said. I don't have a better way to say that. I want to do that.
I'm just gonna copy it.
Yes.
I'm gonna copy it and take out, replace some words and say go.
Yes.
Do I even want to make you roll for that? No, she did talk about patrons, and you may want to roll at a later point. Keep in mind, somebody may need to roll haggle to talk about what the funding situation is, but definitely, if you express
it's something
to patron this research, she just kind of will flip up her little portfolio of sketches and be like, bene, yes. No, your lordship, do not worry. That is perfectly acceptable, yes. No, there are things. Kev, have I ever told you you were my favorite student? Kev is just kind of shrugs, smiles.
I bet the joke here is that he might be her only student.
Probably not literally, but yes, there is he is probably the only person who actually like actively studies under her in like a mentor-mentee type relationship. Mm-hmm. She probably teaches courses at the college, like gives lectures, but at the
so
she doesn't have a lot of
Then?
apprentices. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And be like, no, that means we could take some. It'd be very simple. We take some surveys, we do some plans, and come up with some. Your lordship, do you have a time frame for this research? And then Max mentions summer.
It's like, actually, you should probably mention now at this point that you have a summer court and you're planning a technological fair. So the more results that we can have before then would be better.
I'll abbreviate that, but I'll say like preferably by the before the start of summer court and so on. It elaborates from there.
That is what Loki said, though. He said before.
I know. I just had to say some words in my head to get through my head.
Yeah. No, I understand.
I'm sure.
So yes, like I said, she sips some tea. It's just gone cold. The tea goes into a pot plant. The pot plant may or may not mind.
Guys.
Cup down. Yes, well, in that case, I think we'll be able to assemble some things. I'll be able to travel to time, probably within... The funny part would be if it's just a tea plant and she's just, like, reinvigorating the tea leaves.
Aubrey.
But no, she probably says, I would probably be able to set my affairs in order and prepare some materials to travel probably within the next month. From there, I would be able to present you some theories for our avenues of research. There may be some methods by which we can come up with a system that can detect etherical activity. Or we could simply walk around until the one of us gets a shiver down our spine, and then we go, here. But then I would like something a little more repeatable than that, yes?
By then I think I'll have places for you to directly investigate by then.
Yes, bene. Yes, good. Yes, the slight gremlin-like chuckle is in character. Like I said, lots of rubbing her hands together, steepling fingers, that kind of thing. Excellent. I hope, your lordship, that I have elucidated you on the subject you have liked. Not to overly complicate things, but are there any other areas of which you might be interested in?
Inos is going to speak up here. If I understand his lordship and our companion as too many to count, if we were to recount them all, we would be here all day and night. Professor, please do not hesitate in bringing as much materials as you wish to work on with you. I do believe that several of them will be of interest to the Marquis and his compatriots as a whole. It's like, we may start this relationship with, etherical studies, but I believe our relationship can progress for a very, very long time.
I feel like as you're having this conversation, when you say bring as many materials as you want, she gets out like a tape measure and starts measuring the dimensions of her office.
Yeah, no, I figured that. We're going to have to probably give her a very big room in Stonehearth for her to work out of, but honestly, Inos is not necessarily interested in the super, scientific mechanics, but I know you guys are. So...
What are you talking about? She's bunking with me.
We are renovating anyway for your space. So,
yeah. No, I'm pretty sure we can find a nice office for her to work out of and whatnot, where she can stay during her... I don't even know what I want to call it, but...
Yes.
But unfortunately, I am cutting this short, so we can progress.
That's fair, yes. No.
Yes, I need to go...
A lot of her discussion points are kind of, like I said, loosey-goosey.
Mm-hmm.
So I do genuinely... Nicola would genuinely have something to talk with her separately about. Maybe you guys could go on ahead and I'll catch up.
what part of the subject?
I want her to just check over my notes on the dimension, because she was working on automata, correct?
Yes.
I basically want her to go over and
second
check my
opinion
notes
your
on the
arm
arm design. Yeah.
Yeah,
That isn't of immediate
you rolled
need.
engineering on that, right?
Yes.
I guess it is kind of immediate.
This at least I can streamline of like, yeah, you know, she has a couple of similar sketches and probably can approve of it. Especially because you're talking about prosthesis, you know, she's probably fairly impressed. You've managed to come up with like the correct number of like points of articulation and that kind of thing, so that because the intent is you're going to have a hand that has full range of motion. So, probably not like completely pitch perfect, but you can do wrist, thumb, all the finger joint things.
Yes.
And yeah, definitely, like I said, she can look over that and be sufficiently impressed, and also does seem like you've got all your ducks in a row, I guess I should say.
I technically rolled I rolled both knowledge medicine and knowledge alchemy for it. Or knowledge engineering, sorry. It was knowledge medical and knowledge engineering.
Then yes, actually it's probably.
But I wanted to check because my knowledge engineering roll wasn't that good.
Yeah, like I said, that does not need to be a in-depth in-character discussion, but she can run it through. All right.
I want to nerd bond.
The observatoire. All right, cool. Character introduced successfully, and yes, we did kind of as Lucky pointed out, we were kind of going over some points there, but that was kind of the direction of the conversation. I was, if we hadn't wrapped it up where it was, I was already planning on talking about that. Basically, like the point she was going to get at the end there was like there's some rough observations and reasonings for why leyline theory is correct, but there is a kind of like lack of practicum. And basically, you guys got there with like, well, forget the practicum part. We'll pay you to practical it later.
Yes.
It seems very similar to geothermic theories of like, people had these theories for hundreds of years. They just literally could never measure them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's another out of character note, but
we're pretty sure this is true.
Her talking about like
I know how.
She alluded to some stuff about hands. The fingerprint thing, like you can observe on your hands that you've got fingerprints,
Swirlies.
And you might be able to guess. If you compare anybody's two fingerprints, they're not going to look exactly alike. But it wasn't
what do we do
like
with that?
It wasn't until probably this kind of like Enlightenment period where somebody actually went like, hey, I've noticed that there are some similar patterns though, and that's where you get like the like whirl loop sort of that kind of classification.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so that's a thing of like out of character. She's got some theories on like fingerprints, but would probably need money and time to run a study and be like, yes, I've got these categories. And then it would probably be a second step and a jump where she would not be the one to think of it. But if you wanted to go like, hey, wait a minute, what if I like, got some reactive ink or some dust, and kept track. Because, realizing that oils on your skin leave the reverse imprint of your fingerprints is a thing that like, realistically, I think would be within you guys' power to logic out. It's just one of those questions of like, well, what the fuck would that do for me?
Yeah.
That's something for Kepis to honestly discover, because I feel like Kepis would like make a whole thing about.
Well, he is her disciple, so that would be a good second step, but we'll keep that in mind. I'm a little surprised nobody bit when I mentioned ballistics, but you guys will have to find out about her steam-powered cannon later.
Again, there's a lot of things I want to comment on. If we did, we'd be here all session.
If I literally did,
like I said, this is a optional footnote that I left a lot of loose but I figure you guys would be interested in.
I'll worry about that when she's my court.
If I literally didn't have an appointment to get my arm chopped off, I would have like asked to just stay here.
What you don't want to see, you know, the St. Paul's Cathedral equivalent? These are probably yes.
Science.
Anyway. Yeah, I know. You're working on sciencey stuff. All right. Okay.
Oh god, I feel sick.
You good?
I'm fine now. It was pressure in my head.
It happens. I haven't really harped on it because, you know, knee problems, but I've had a stiff shoulder blade all day.
My upper jaw's been like tired all day.
Probably means you did some clenching previously.
I don't know why at that moment I had to point to my own face and be like, upper jaw. Like,
Out of my mouth.
Loth, I was very close to doing the same thing. Like,
I mean, technically, isn't it when you, because people do say upper jaw, isn't that could be a couple things. Your palate could just be the higher region of your jaw further back. Anyway, not really a big deal. Actually, hold on. Speaking though of taking a break and stretching, let's take an intermission at the very least for me to stand up and stretch.
Okay.
Yeah. Take some stretching. So let's be right back.
Stretch
I'm
break.
not actually gonna step away or anything, but I am going to take my ears off and step up in my chair and stretch my legs.
I will pause recording.
Oh, you know.
All right.
Well,
I got that yaw back on recording, so now he is the sleepy.
Fuck. Now, what are you talking about? I'm adorable. Have you seen my new profile picture?
Bitch, I'm adorable.
Anyway, okay. You guys
That
retreat
is
from
adorable.
the observatoire.
Yes.
Is there any
Observatoire.
other observing or shopping you guys would like to do while you're out in the city?
Shopping?
As I do know that, for instance, Inos had a couple of things, at least one thing on his list that we didn't out loud say that we took care of.
I did want to, like I said, one thing I do want to take care of is I want to get some cloth and rope, and I'm going to wrap up the Calamitous blade. Like, it has a scabbard, right?
Yes, it is. It is sheathed.
But
it is, the sheath is also, I believe, unique. It's also got kind of a snake skin covering on it.
Yeah, but the sword just has bad vibes in general, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna be real. Probably being here, it is probably not the best idea to
take it out in public.
Yeah, but again, Inos is not letting it out of sight.
It's a security matter.
We really need to find whatever Troikron's equivalent to Mount Doom is, so you can cast it inside.
Well, see, that's the problem. When it gets destroyed, it releases the creature, and I don't think we have like a fucking volcano.
No, it's probably better we give it back. Honestly, we give it back to give us the Iron Demons to put in their vaults, or the Silver Tower to put in their vaults.
No, we're taking it to the Silver Tower so they can put it in their vaults.
Clearly, black hole. We need a black hole.
Yeah.
I mean, that's essentially what the Silver Tower vault is.
It's like annihilation.
No, I'm good.
So
lawsuit, son.
And yeah, I believe I did. Well, actually, before we left the professor, Inos would probably did inquire if there are copies of what was the book called?
Like I said, the ley lines and their structures. Yeah,
yes.
She'd probably just first of all, if you don't say anything, you could just leave with her copy.
I'm not gonna do that.
No,
it's
fine. Find a new one.
Also, she can probably just like put you in touch with a scribe or copyist. Yes, who can get you the book.
Get a copy of that.
I don't think we're on quite like on a card catalog or like Dewey Decimal System. There's definitely no ISBN number, but she can hook you up to get the book. Yeah.
Yes.
The book basically probably recaps all the basic stuff she talked about, which is like, you know, umbral, astral, aether. Here's the idea: rivers of power. Does stuff.
Listen, I don't have an eidetic memory in or out of character, so these books are ways where I'm like
a book to kind of like run these down.
Yes.
How fast can I read a book now? How fast can I just get through it?
I mean, I don't think you necessarily read a book super fast. Though
Like
I
a
think you
day,
are
probably.
probably have pretty high knowledge.
Like 4.
So like,
And, like,
it's you probably have a good.
I would
Which honestly
I
would be a
know I'm
measure of
like
how good's your language crownish? Are you just rocking your master die?
90 master.
Well,
I have 5
not
plus
accounting
master.
your knowledge. Like, what's your
I have
your
5
points?
plus master.
Actually, honestly, yeah, you probably read pretty good. You've got the biggest pool you could
I
have.
just-
You're very
I
very good
can't
at
put
reading
more points
and
in
writing.
it. I literally can't.
Yeah, no, you're maxed out. So no, your reading speed is also pretty good.
I've reached 5 of most of the things I'm doing, so I'm at the point where I just need to start putting expert dice in fucking languages.
Well, think about there's if you actually this is a complete aside, but is relevant to mechanics. I was like flicking through the book through something else, and I discovered it actually has like guidelines for like swapping out your skills. It literally says that like, hey, if you've come across a skill that you think you're not using, literally, if you go a whole session without using that skill, put a check mark by it. If you do 2 sessions ever where you do a session where you ever put a second check mark, the GM should just let you hot swap it for free. Like
Most of my skills.
just like literally, if it doesn't come up and you think it will never come back up.
I can put that next
Obviously, I
to
think
like
there are cases
inspire
where like just for
or
like
dodge.
I mean, that's the
I would
thing,
do that,
right?
yeah.
Like, I don't think we would say dodge is a useless skill just because I'm not having you roll dodge all the time, but it's just funny that it got there. Anyway, other than Inos can prep a cloth and a rope to bind up the calamitous blade, and think those are all neato. Anything else in that kind of like minor stuff? I know that
Most did something. So
yeah.
Is there a bookstore?
Any other shopping? Yeah. There's plenty of bookstores.
Question for everyone, actually.
Yeah.
Should we save going up the mountain as like the thing we do last, as like the thing, like the last thing on the list of things we do, or like do it at the beginning of tomorrow?
I mean, I was gonna say this. It's probably because what you got in right around like early morning. You guys probably want to go back now to the palace and get like a late luncheon because you would probably have been out at the observatoire for a while having that little conversation. Probably grab like a late luncheon and check in.
Yeah.
Out of character, I can tell you the next thing would be Astracan Hill.
Yeah.
Or
I just-
be free to go up the hill. I should say you don't have to go there, but
I just want
that
to.
you'd be free to.
I guess at the lunch, I need to ask if there is what is the main place for the worship, and I guess history of Phoenixia.
I mean, it looks to Cephas.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the best way to phrase it. I mean, it's the again, trying to minimize my role playing now that I've done a lot of in character stuff, and we'll have to do a lot of in character stuff later. Probably like if in Tredecim, probably still the Archcathedral of Saint Veritas at the top of Astracan Hill. That's the big temple where everything goes. There are probably some orders that you can track down there, but the Church of the Seven's records are kind of codified at Astracan Hill somewhere.
Okay, so I'll save for the hill then.
Am I free to speak now? Guessing so. Logesh would hopefully find a library and, just in case, would see if they have any additional copies of said textbook.
Well, not a library, but probably a bookseller.
Sorry,
You said that
bookseller.
earlier. And yes, you can. I mean, you're already like I said, Miss Aramita already, gave Inos the necessary information to buy a copy of the book anyway. So just tell Inos I would like an extra copy as well.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go get extra copies.
All right.
One for myself and one for if anyone else wants one.
So
Because hey,
we're gonna-
remember, Logesh was researching this.
Yeah, we research together. Yeah.
So we'll have 3 copies.
Yeah, you'll have a few, which is good because you guys might want to keep studying. All right, is that it? Everybody solid?
I'm
Yeah.
good.
Then probably time for lunch. I did not, unlike the tour with the prince, write down a meal plan. But up here in the heart of House Verity, your meals are probably a little austere, a little ascetic in nature. Definitely, there's gonna be like what they call, I think it's a light ale. There's a couple of others, like a short ale, like low alcohol beer. maybe some wine. Very sweet, light wine. But your meal is probably going to be very simple of like mountain fish, bread. Perhaps some springtime berries.
Berries.
Nom, nom,
Very
nom.
good.
Like if you want to insist on some and there'd be like year-round root vegetables, and if you want to insist on some meats, like maybe some cut of mountain goat. But like I said, it would be it's almost like ascetic or monastic in nature, very loose, simple dishes kind of a thing. But
That's fine.
get
I
some
don't want anything heavy
rye or
anyway.
barley bread. Get some drink. You're good.
Probably at least a little something sugary and replenish those brain juices.
Yeah, that can probably be handled with some sweets. Anyway, any particular things about what you're taking with you, how you're dressing or anything, I guess, for going up?
I would inquire about, the dress code and weapon policy of Astracan Hill.
Weapons would not be permitted on the hill itself. You may be able to travel with them some ways, but there would be some point where you would be expected to disarm. Says Kevin. Not, my friend, that you do not have reason to be concerned, but I should think that at least at the heart of the hill would be a place where you might be able to go at least minimally armed.
I still think
the only people who would bear weapons there at all would be the which one actually? Actual guard. There's the pontifical guard, who's the actual upper level, but
well, like I said, I'm going to wrap the Calamitous Blade, and I'm taking that with me regardless, but hopefully they will not treat that as a weapon and just merely a
wheat stick?
relic.
I can't think of the proper word for it, but yes. But don't have the arquebus because that thing is fucking big. Carrying that thing around is a pain, so I don't have that. So the only real thing that probably is a weapon on Inos is his chains, which Inos likes to wear as a fashion accessory just as much as he likes to wear them as a weapon. What was the roll to disguise their nature as a weapon?
Stealth, I think. And it would probably be lie to straight up be like, no, they're not a weapon. Don't look at me. Do not look at me.
Sort of. I don't want to put away. Just...
I mean, no, actually, yeah, no. Kevis can get a little offended. He's like, he kind of rolls his eyes. Again, not that you don't have a reason for concern, but we are in my home. I'm fairly certain sneak thieves will not slip in the doors while you're not expecting.
Who is he getting offended at, Inos?
No,
that's Eno. You're right.
It's Leslok's like, oh, I don't want to put down my ancestral sword. It's like you can put your things down, guys.
Oh, you make a point.
Slowly disarm, piece by piece into like whatever basket they have.
I mean, you could if you want to, you can go all the way up the hill and do that trick, but you don't have to do that step.
Nah, Inos will leave his chains. I can literally kill a man with a touch.
It's true. You can punch the soul right out of him.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
I like my jingle jangle, though.
We can get you some spurs.
Yeah, but Onyx probably wouldn't like them. He's a good boy. You don't need no spurs.
One thing that comes to mind whenever we say we have to get rid of weapons.
Is it the scene from fucking... Yep.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of how player characters be, but yes. I guess I will rephrase that then is, Is anybody going to try and take any weapons, either to smuggle or because they don't want to leave them behind and will drop them off at the coat check?
Nope. Konrad just has his stick.
Again, this is one of the questions about the Calamitous Blade, as it is technically a weapon, but it is not intended as a weapon. Maybe I'll have to explain that when we get up the hill.
So I'm gonna take two daggers.
I think that's what Kefis would say. Would be like, I mean, you've got it like clothed and tied up. That normally that counts as secured. It's just a possession, but he can't say for sure what the Throne Knights will think.
I will deal with that when we get there, I suppose.
Yeah.
You are the social character, if anybody is. So
yeah.
I'm gonna take my 2 hidden daggers with me, but that's about it.
Logesh will leave Argent Life here with his belongings, but take along just a long sword.
Honestly,
you're armed in the streets.
You're a Cavalier.
You got that.
Makes fucking sense.
Yes.
I think you. I was
the
like,
polearm will stay here as well.
I think you should keep this magic sword with you, but that's just me.
Honestly, I would love for the Throne Knights to try and search me.
I don't want to hand over Argent Light to the Throne Knights.
You're my Cavalier. You shouldn't.
Omega.
I mean, Kefis would reiterate. Yeah, just because you're your bodyguard, you guys are entering the inner sanctum of the
Vatican.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's right. I won't worry about
this
it.
This is Logesh also calling you out, going,
no, you're right.
Yeah, I'm gonna hand in my weapon.
No, you're right.
It would set a bad precedent if I, your Cavalier, do not follow protocol.
But yeah,
right. All right, then I will just hand
Omega,
over.
Can you roll more than 10 dice?
No.
Okay, so I have 10 dice plus. Oh no, I just have 10 dice to hide my knives.
Wow, you're a sneaky motherfucker.
Well, my discipline does give me a +3 to literally just the act of hiding knives.
That's true. Yes, it's very good. You conceal about your person.
Mm-hmm. Nothing else. No
Moira
grenades.
is going to go fully strapped, and you can tell that she is going to. She is also going to make a show of dumping them at the coat check.
Mm-hmm. Then I guess I'll keep. I'll leave her video, and I'll probably just bring my own pepper box, and I'll leave it there with them.
That's fair.
Ooh, that sounds a bit loud. How'd that get turned up? Weird.
Mm.
Gremlins.
Sound gremlins.
That's my excuse. Technology not working. Gremlins.
I believe it.
Anyway, the section in my notes labeled "The Chapel Most Holy." So, you're going up the hill. You can make your hill up there. It's going to take you a little bit. Like I said before, the whole area is covered in spires, steeples, towers, temples. At the base of the hill, there is an umbral gate, and then you go up a road, which is probably like named something like, the Road of the Pontifex or something similar, the Road of the Hierophant. And at the top, when you reach the top of the hill, there is an astral gate. So you guys will not be stopped or interrupted in any way going through the umbral gate up the hill, up Astracan Hill, the actual hill that is called Astracan Hill, because that's pretty normal. There are quite a few people out there. Oh yeah, I guess. I did want to breeze by. I guess I should double check. Your armor and or clothing situation. You should think about what you're packing with you. Wearing bits and bobs of your armor is not necessarily non-fashionable because many of them are very expensive. And I know for a fact that like Logesh has gone out of his way to have parts of his body armor like fucking detailed like a car, chromed out so that they look acceptable at high fashion, but it is not required to slug around with your armor. And
Logesh would just wear traveling.
Okay.
I'm probably just going to take off the. I guess I'll take off the gambeson and I'll just wear my cloak, my signature scarf untight, my usual like colors, the pins. I'll just go about my urban layering. Fine.
Okay.
If things get dicey, I have a
Anybody going big pimpin'?
Define big pimpin'.
Look, I really should.
I'm probably going
I
in
mean,
some
you
of
could.
the...
The question is, I feel
I don't
like
know
there
if
is
I
something
should,
to be
though.
said for your instinct as Leslok is not to say, yes, let me throw on four chains.
Nah.
No, that's Inos wearing the chains.
Well, no, Enos wears rings, which he has
No, you're
several
wearing
of.
chains around
He's
your
keep those
wrist.
on.
leaving his
Oh, you're
big
right.
chain
You're
behind.
correct.
Yes.
That's the
but
joke.
Like, yeah.
Like,
Yes. No. Is there any like? It sounds like most of the crew does not want to go extra fancy.
I mean,
So,
I want to go a little
Omega.
fancy now that you mention it. Like,
I like to think
Enos is
Omega.
he's not talking about it, but he is a little concerned about going up Astracan Hill as an Iron Demon.
What?
So
What would... Oh, okay.
no,
What
finish
would,
your thought,
like-
Dallas,
oh.
because otherwise you're just gonna keep
Sorry.
interrupting people till you get it out.
Nothing. What would traditional, like, religious clothing be, like? Would traditional religious garb be ostentatious of, like, nobility,
for you
or
guys, no, not really. No, religious
Okay.
clothing and nobility clothing don't really overlap. The religious
Gotcha.
garb we've discussed is probably like simple robes and tunics kind of a stuff.
no? Okay,
you
then
know, kind
yes,
of
I'm
rough
going the
spun,
opposite
simple
of Big
colors.
Pippin.
Yeah.
Although
Honestly-
I am covered in jewelry, but it's mostly my own made.
Well, Enos doesn't want to bust out his full Deatacita cosplay, for lack of a better word. But
You could go for a dark robe. We've talked about this, but like of higher rankings and so on. Metal fiber trim, like gold or silver thread,
Mhm.
can be a good accent. So you could wear like a hooded cloak or robe that has some extra trim in there, maybe some extra brocade or lace kind of a thing.
Yes, I haven't mentioned it before, but I'll just declare it. Enos does have religious gear for Deatacita. He just doesn't wear it often. Because he doesn't have a reason to. But he is walking on, and he is not going to be bullied. So he will comport himself as a priest of Deatacita, and with the accompanying wear. So yes, fine black robes, lots of metal trim. He is going to put on several extra rings, maybe some chains, and adorn his horns with some jewelry as well.
Right.
So he is religiously blinged.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I just had the mental image of fucking your horns, but two like crosses are hanging off of them.
Well, no, it's more like there might be like there's probably like metal bands on them and maybe like something on the cap.
Yeah.
If I wanted to get really
like,
fancy, I would dangle chains for them, but we don't need to get that fancy.
You guys progress through the Umbral Gate, no biggie,
Yeah.
to the Astral Gate. This one is bigger and fancier. It's made of gold and brass. It is flanked by statues of warrior angels. And there are a handful, probably 4 or 5, uniform, tabard, armor, sword, throne knights who are supposed to guard here, and they are going to, because, like I said, you have a couple of cavaliers carrying weapons. They will briefly stop you and like be like, before you enter, sirs and madams, your weapons, please. I mean, also, well, you guys are doing that. I think that's fair that like you wear higher quality clothing, Leslok, but you're not doing a display of wealth, right?
No.
You are wearing things that are valuable and are high quality, but you are not wearing things to declare, I have money!
No, because that's not really his thing.
Yeah, as I said,
I've been around
that's
Baron
okay,
Oro,
if you wanna
who
just,
like that is
like,
kind of his
voice
bottom
that
line
thought,
of
yeah,
being
we
like,
have
I have so much money I could block out the sun.
Yeah. But yeah, so like I said, you're told, if nobody else is gonna step forward, yes, Moira is absolutely gonna do the sassy, like, undo her whole sword belt with her 2 swords, fold them up,
Here's my 5 boot
slap them into
knives.
some guy's chest, unstrap the hand and a half she has on her back, which, as we brought up a couple sessions ago, is Damascene. Yeah, her grandfather's blade. She'll hand that to a guy much more gently and probably be like, "If you lose this," I'm not going to say anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'm just gonna put my pepper box with like the strap.
Yeah.
One of them.
But these guys, yes, these guys are probably they are guarding the hill. They would be knowledge enough to be like they're going to ask you for your powder box too, your powder and shot as well.
Oh yeah, that's
that's
probably in the
explosive.
coat pocket somewhere.
Yeah, not like in an accusatory way, but just be like, don't forget, sir. You know, your capsules and of demon fire, sir.
I will hand them my simple steel dagger.
All right.
Do you want me to make the roll on the other ones?
Yeah, I would like you to if you're hiding knives, I would like a stealth. Anybody else gonna conceal anything in here?
Inos is not concealing. He is just gonna try and go through.
Yes, that will probably be at some point. Someone will ask you like, trying to be respectful, but maybe a little unnerved.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be like, and you, sir, what, be like, what about that? Point at your calamitous blade.
And it's all like, Inos.
Just ones.
I got threes.
Eights.
Oh, eights,
Threes.
yeah.
And threes.
Okay. I will roll a courtesy check. Scrutinize.
2 nines.
Inos, you're about to speak when one of the throne guards not roughly but kind of catches Nicola by the shoulder, and one of them tugs up the sleeve of your robe a little where you've got a knife and says, sir, you've forgotten something.
Well, now.
Silly me.
I see that I have. I will also pull out the other one.
All right.
Those knives are both made of orichalcum.
They probably very gingerly take them, but are like, oh shit, fancy enough.
Mm-hmm.
Then yes, we ratchet back to Inos. Sorry, Sorrel, you were saying?
It's like, just other things. Inos, yeah, sure, we'll pay this out. It's all like, I don't know why, but I looked up, saw my Tamamo statues, and just was momentarily transfixed by them. I don't know what just happened there.
He just hears Pico in his head. That's it.
That's it. That was all. Just completely distracted me. But Inos, politely, respectfully, but also maybe a little forcefully, says, the object I carry, while indeed as a weapon, is not one that should be used, and one that should be monitor carefully lest it fall into the wrong hands or something untoward happens. He will hold up his hand in a placating gesture. Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand. This is your duty and your concern is valid, but I will give you my solemn oath that this item shall not leave its cloth without without someone taking my life.
All right, I think you phrased that way. Go ahead and roll me graces.
Yep.
You are trying to use the rules of courtesy to get your way.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about it whether or not it would be like inspire to persuade, but no, you're like, no, trust me. All very polite here.
It's like brain? Okay. Sorry, just.
And this does still work out because yes, you roll perform for it, but you are performing though. That's the beauty of this esoteric discipline, is that it works for your character.
8.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 8s.
He's just the guy, so there's no resisting roll for this. But this process does take you a little bit to get through, and kind of like like I said, there's probably like 4 or 5 of them. Actually, let me double check my.
If they wish to at least like see the blade and kind of understand where they come, I will show them to it and be like, yes, this is a blade of evil.
It's like, I keep it because it's better on me than no one else.
Yes.
Yeah, because you don't want to leave it down.
Yeah.
So, yes, that's right. A white field gold chevron. So, yeah. So these guys are, like, very cleanly kitted out. Like I said, like, white cloth, gold trim, burnished steel armor, probably just wearing, like, cuirass gauntlets, leg guards kind of a thing. And have, like, long swords and like shields as like ceremonial garb. So they kind of like, one of them has probably got like some extra flourishes of like being like a senior officer, and kind of like they kind of like talk to themselves and kind of look back and forth. They're making sure everybody's in there, and they've got probably not like a coat check because they're standing at a gate, but like they have some like chests and tables and stuff where they set things aside, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy kind of looks you up and down, and it looks like he's persuaded. It looks like he's going to let you on through, but before he can, a voice from behind calls out and says, sorry, my first thought was to go, what's all this then? That's not quite correct. But probably acknowledge him. And a voice comes from behind, acknowledges him, and says, what is this business at the gate? This guy turns and then kind of like stands up extra straight, snaps like a salute over his heart kind of a thing, and says, Captain! So striding forward, kind of coming up to the gate, is a person you guys may vaguely recall. As you have seen her before, but we're not introduced. But this is Serene Ecclesia, captain of the Pontifical Guard, ranked commander in the Throne Knights. So she is like extra fancy, like got a gold threaded cloak, probably with some big 7-pointed stars all around it. Carrying a sword in her belt, sort of a thing. No shield, you notice, no buckler, but also like not carrying a musket slung over her shoulder or anything. And kind of steps up, walks up to this guy, but then takes a step forward so she's shoulder to shoulder with him, even though he turned back to face her, and kind of like observes all of you. Hey, Inos, remember how I said that for some people I was just gonna roll in secret and tell you later if you get your XP or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not bothering with that. Take your point.
Righto.
Racism.
I'm letting you know right now, this lady does not like you.
Fine by me.
She like arches an eyebrow at you fully and like expands over her entire glance to be that way. Just kind of standing there at attention. The other knight kind of like rotates now that she's astride with him and says, "Yes, Commander. Sorry. Party up to enter the grounds of the chapel. We were just going through the routine weapon check." He gestures to Inos. This visiting sir was saying that he has a ceremonial weapon that shall not be drawn, but would prefer to have it. And she just kind of raises a hand and says, narrows eyes at Inos. Which is, a little impressive. You last saw her 3 years ago. So she's, a few years older. Kind of a not pretty, but striking looks, sharp features, tall for a woman, athletic build, pale skin, green gold eyes, kind of a bright scarlet hair. Wearing functional elements, her cloak, and she kind of like folds her arms and says, And what manner of thing do you have, sir?
Well, it's well, it's better to show than tell, and Inos will, unwrap the calamitous blade and show her. It's like, it is my charge, and explain, it is my charge to deliver this, and until such a time, I cannot let it out of my sight.
She, like I said, folds her arms, and like when you like unveil the cloth, she does kind of tense up a little, and like she does not seem happy about this, but she glances aside at the guard, and he kind of gives a nod, like, he said he's not going to use it. And she does say, see that it does not. Talking about leaving your side.
Mm-hmm. Enos, bows once more and makes a deliberate show of making sure that it is, secured very tightly and would be an absolute hassle to actually, wield.
Yeah, probably like you because you've got it bound up with rope. You probably like tie the rope to like the back of your belt or like the back of your robe. Because actually, hey, cross drawing a sword that's over your shoulder is tough, by the way. And if you've got it in a knot, there's no fucking way you're gonna undo a knot in a reasonable amount of time that way. And as she just kind of like, while Inos is you're putting it back up, she shoots a glance around at the rest of you. Again, a little standoffish, a little piercing with her gaze. Does not really do any sort of like bowing or saluting, despite the fact that it would seem reasonably sure that she can probably guess who some of you are. Axis said BRB. That's actually a little bit of a thing I want to bring up here. Well, he might be able to hear me. But like I said, she's just going to glance around and check in with the rest of you. The knights absolutely dub out Nicola because he is the most unthreatening man ever. And again, she kind of like glances down her nose at him and says, just so long as you are not forgetting anything else, sir.
Sorry about that.
It's fine. It worked out timing-wise.
I can still hear you.
As she goes, a kind of, like I said, there's a little bit of a higher radio voice says, Commander, is there a problem? She turns and says, Witchfinder General, no. It's perfectly fine. Just some guests making sure they are passing the rules on weaponry. And strolling up are two figures. One is a thin, reedy man, hooked nose. He's wearing a tricorn hat and kind of like a loose clerical robe, not super formal, though his is also dark in color. But he has the piping and symbology of the Inquisitorius upon him. So obviously, the aforementioned Witchfinder General. He seems to recognize, I would say, Leslok, immediately by sight, and does offer a curt nod and say, young Marquess, we have not yet had the privilege of meeting.
If not,
I am styled Prosper Ecclesius, Witchfinder General. Beside him is another figure who is kind of similar in age.
Damn, that is one loud door.
It is a loud door. Sorry, I'm multi-tab drifting because I'm trying to like have names ready to appear magically on the Dramatis while also remembering my fucking character descriptions. So this is like I said, similarly tall, but a little broader, a little thicker than the Witchfinder General. Gentle face, close cropped dark brown hair, hint of gray at his temples, gray eyes. He's wearing reading glasses. He's got again a simple kind of like priestly overcoat. But you realize that he's got the bright red piping on his coat and is wearing the stole, the kind of ceremonial scarf of a cardinal.
Oh.
And he kind of, spreads his hand wide and says, how fortuitous. The gods truly do work in mysterious ways. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Marquess. I am the Archbishop Ferdinand Albrecht. And it just so happens, he says with a slight smile, by the grace of the pontiff, I have just been appointed the Archbishop of Teine. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. He actually bows his head a little.
Pleasure to meet you, Archbishop. We'll be seeing more of each other in the future.
Of course. Come now, Commander. I'm sure there's no reason to impede these people any further. Prosper, you can catch up on your own. We can talk later. The Witchfinder kind of like a slight aside, rolls his shoulders and says, "As you wish, Archbishop."
Oh, Bishop. Okay,
Should be on my way.
Cardinal's above that, I think.
Yeah.
I forget priest rankings.
So, actually, hey, structure-wise,
Cardinal and Archbishop are kind of side grades.
yeah, they're similar. Specifically, the way this is structured, you can use either term interchangeable. Being an archbishop and controlling what is called an archbishopric is a state of he is appointed as the archbishop of Teine of the
country.
The high level of the province.
Bishopric.
Yes. Being a cardinal means that he is on the clerical council, which in the context of our fake RPG game is only 13 seats because we have a thing with numbers. In real life, there's a shitload of cardinals.
It's like,
but we've discussed before, the clerical council has the right to vote upon the next Hierophant and other high-level powers.
So we
yes, this is not one of the three possible candidates. This is not the person that Leslok suggested when you were here last.
Yeah,
and he will actually, as this is why the captain of the Pontifical Guard was out at the front door. She was walking a couple members of the clerical council back. The Witchfinder General is also on the clerical council. Though his position as head of the Inquisitorius is a little different than being an archbishop. Basically, for people keeping track at home, you can be an archbishop without being a cardinal. The cardinals specifically are the archbishops who are on the clerical council. There are a couple of members of the clerical council who are not cardinals.
There's probably some kind of like square rectangle comparison you can put here.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure how the squares and rectangles and trapezoids work out, but it's something like that. But they're both very highly ranked, so she was like escorting them out of the building, and they go about their business. But as I said, as they kind of those two depart, and you guys are actually like let through you get to enter the astral gate. Archbishop Ferdinand does say, adjusts his reading spectacles and says, "Of course, your lordship, I am aware. It has been made known to me by the pontiff that I was not your first choice to this appointment, but I shall take it in stride and do my utmost for the people and the soul of Teine. If you are curious about my qualifications, I am actually a Norlon boy. I was born in the lands of House Gladwin in a simple fishing village. My father became pastor of the parish priest after my mother's untimely death, and the township scraped enough money to send me to seminary. So while it has been many years since I've been back there, I have spent my time in mission work. Including even spending a little time in the trade missions to the Cauldron. Though my Cauldron tongue is a little rusty. Until my purge to Archbishop, I was previously a teacher, a professor at the seminary school, Department of Scriptures. And if you don't mind, I would be glad to take you and your companions around the grounds of the Astracan Hill, if only for a short while.
I think Leslok says, I would be honored, just out of courtesy.
Just kind of like reflexively?
Yes.
Of course. Yeah. And if everyone is prepared and you have actually left all of your items behind.
You're not hiding any more knives, are you, Nicola?
Give him a look at Nicola.
Let's not dwell on that right now.
I'd rather he not be hiding anymore.
Inos ain't saying anything, by the way.
Nicola isn't saying anything either.
I think the reasons why you're not saying things are very different.
I feel there's a tension in the air right now, and I'm not sure how to place it fully into words besides...
There's a lot of... There's a couple different ones going on. The Archbishop does not seem to take anything particular by Enos' silence, but speaks as a kindly professor would to perhaps a slightly sheepish student and say, I am sure your companion meant nothing by it. He is simply in the way of scholars, absent-minded. I must tell you, there are many times in my own youth where I forgot to go here or do this. But know that while I am sure, given the tragedies that have befallen the house, you have your causes for concern, there is, hopefully, little to be afraid of here on the hill. After all, many of my fellow brother priests, as myself, are sworn off the wages of war. Come, let us step through the courtyard of the heavens, at least. And you can decide where to take your business from there. So he, walks with you the short way out of the gate into what is called the courtyards of the heavens, which is, hey, you're on top of a hill. There's a lot of big cathedrals and temples and shit on this hill. In the center of this, there's a courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there's a big flat stone plinth where there are a series of statues. There are 7 statues, in fact, because there's a statue for each god, each throne god, each god who has a throne we know of. In the center, because there's fucking 7, so you got to do that. There is Hydrus. Hydrus is depicted here in the form of an angel with a solar crown. On his left-hand side, there is Dea Tacita, veiled, reclining. There is a depiction of Vertum, a giant seated upon a stone. He's probably doing Rodin's thinker pose. And Sylvanus, a wild man with antlers playing a flute. On the right side of Hydrus, there is Fornaxia, fire in her hands, Tempestus, spear pointed down, and Oceanus, trident upright, conch in hand. And they kind of form a semicircle.
A question: is there a depiction of Dea Tacita of her with horns?
Oh,
honestly, she should have horns.
Well, no. This is one of those things that differs. The Iron Demon's depictions of Dea Tacita has her with horns, as she is the mother of our people, so we consider her to be one of us. But again, this is one of those differences between how Iron Demons view her and how men view her.
I would say this. Inos, you have seen some statues by humans which omit the horns. These depictions, which are also probably fairly old, like these statues may have been remade a couple of times, but these have got to be at least a few hundred years old. these are like super detailed. So yes, I think that the Dea Tacita is modeled with her horns. Honestly, she's probably modeled so detailed that much like you are, they probably have like, you know, a display of like rings upon her fingers kind of a thing.
Wow.
Like, you know, Vertum, the mountain god, is like not just depicted as a giant in like stature, like he literally is proportional to the other gods, you know, carved like he is a mountain kin. There's also probably like a line of runes across his brow.
And gills. So
Okeanos does not have gills, but like I said, he is, you know, trident held aloft. He's holding a conch horn in his hand. Probably the statue's lips are pursed to blow on the horn, kind of a thing. Like, these are very, very finely made statues, which are, again, of a level of detail and artistry that is the utmost. These are like the fanciest statues. Now, yes, you may have, Leslok, if you want to observe, the blood part of Hydrus's purview is not really covered. He is depicted as a winged angel with a crown of solar fire. That's it.
also, like, I feel like they look like a bloody sword because, like, blood and victory is also an aspect.
Yeah, no, they're skipping the sword. Yeah, that is actually an observation. I did think about whether or not he should have a blade, but actually, no, he is not in this statue form depicted with a weapon. Again, it is an interesting stylistic choice of what they choose to keep and what they choose to omit.
Yeah.
Hydrus is bladeless.
And the ground opens up and
descends from heaven and kills Loth.
Yes.
Pillar of Salt.
Fear not the man with the blade, fear the man who doesn't need it.
But yes, Konrad, you know, marks his prayers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, there seems to be a noise outside. Thank you, Aren.
If there's like a brief moment, Inos will, you know, quietly inquire, who made these statues.
I don't.
If you don't have that off the top of your head,
the Archbishop would have an artisan. I don't have.
Okay.
The historical name down, but it would probably be a very famous sculptor.
Okay. But he will, Inos will, you know. I don't know. He will make some mystic hand gestures.
Yeah.
Some penitent sign.
Some people would also make Hydrus have like some draconic bits just to respect or just go with the blood bond and the covenant, but that's a whole other.
I mean, yeah, that's another thing. Yes.
Choices have been made here. We do not have to go over every single one of them.
No, that's just that's not the way.
He's got the thought in his head, but hopefully we got it out. Yes.
Yes.
But yes, he kind of, you know, jots down the, you know, he would have the name of the sculptor. Some sort of Michael of the Angels, perhaps, type guy.
And to give a prayer for
It just says Raziel, something like that.
Jokes aside, continue, please, X.
Probably give a quick prayer to the Seven, but also a direct prayer to Pharnaxia for all fine. I will, at least internally, I will find my roots of my family to you today.
No additional divine sign, but you know, you feel it all out there. And you know, after giving you the moment, the Archbishop does kind of, after it seems like everybody has done their round of prayers, if they are, you know, whoever is doing them, does kind of inquire. Your Lordship, well, I do believe that our meeting is fortuitous. I cannot assume that you came all this way up, walked all this way up the hill, simply to pray at the statues. Fine as they are. If you will not mind the intrusion of an old priest. Keep in mind, he's not that old. He's like, put him in the Dramatis. He's like 49, 50? 52. What business do you have here? We can, of course, stroll into the Archcathedral.
Everyone else at the table, I have. I don't feel it's wrong if I ask. It's like I'm trying to like find some roots between our family and one of the gods. But I don't know if that's like a crazy thing to bring up.
Well,
Don't phrase it like that.
Yeah, if you phrase it like that, phrase it as you are looking into records of Fornaxia and pertaining to your homeland.
Yeah, that's much.
Oh yeah,
better.
Fornaxia's connections to Teine. So
yeah,
because don't phrase it like it has a connection to our family, because it doesn't technically. It's just.
Well, yeah. I mean, it does, but it's been like a fucking
phrasing like that makes it sound like, oh, I'm related to
of
Fornaxia, like a crazy person.
You could be related to Fornaxia. You don't fucking know. You haven't gone down that route. Anyway, it would have been a long ass time ago.
It'd be very,
actually. I mean, I guess technically you could, because men are blood related to Hydrus. Very, very.
I mean,
very
okay, yes, technically we are all related to Fornaxia.
Anyway, she's your largest, most fiery sister. Anyway, yes. You mentioned that to him, and he kind of like, not like surprised, but does kind of adjust his reading glasses and nod and says, particular area of interest. Yes.
Yeah.
Fornaxia is an important subject. Goddess of summer, associated with fire, warmth, but also familial love and filial piety, which we all find very important. The subjects of creativity, inspiration, and intellect are often associated with the trades. I have seen many craftsmen and craftmasters come in wearing her symbols. He kind of, strokes his chin a little and says, "It is good you qualify specifically with her relationship for Teine. Technically, the largest temple is still the Alchemical College in Akranar." He does an aside to Nicola and does say, assuming that they have not removed the actual temple parts in the several decades it has been since I have been there.
I do not believe so.
I think Nicola would probably be the one to answer that question.
Right. What was the question? I apologize. My brain did a brain fart.
The Archbishop jokingly asked, he said that the largest temple would be, as the largest temple period of Fornaxia would technically be the Alchemical College, assuming that jokingly that they have not torn down the actual church parts, because the Alchemical College is built on top of a temple in Fornaxia.
While it is not the most highly attended area in the college, I did make my presence there quite common.
But there are a few areas. In the Crown Lands, of course, there was a very important order of nuns once upon a time, the Daughters of Hydrus, also known as the Focus Sisterhood, said to have gone back all the way to the time of the High Queen Eltanin. While there are debates of the matter of whether or not the High Queen is the same as the Great Dragon Elta Anin, it is a factual statement we can say that she was the head of this sisterhood before her marriage to the High King, and the members of the order were much drawn from that. They do have a temple and a sacred flame here on Certainty Hill after it was relocated there for the Great Reformation, but their oldest records would still be back in Crown. He's kind of thinking. I would say that the largest temple to Fornaxia in Teine would be the Temple of 1,000 Candles. I believe that is in House Palix lands currently. Before the guilds were established, it was the alternative to the Blacksmith Guild for picking up several crafts. Even if you haven't been there in person, you've probably heard in passing of the Temple of 1,000 Candles, because it is like well populated by lamplighters. What he does say, though, that is a fun, interesting fact, is he, raises a teacherly finger, a professorial finger, and says, those records would be quite old. And actually, as just a fun anecdote I know, the name 1000 Candles is in modern Crownish. It is a slight mistranslation. It's a very literal way of the phrase. In the original Norlish dialect, the phrase could also refer to not only a procession or vigil of candles, 1000 candles is a metaphor, but also related to a dance of candles, a metaphor. Out of character, having learned this fun linguistic fact, you, Leslok, will recall perfectly because of your magical perfect knowledge, and the rest of you may also recall. So your ancient ancestor, the first wife of Logi Torchbearer, was Solier Goldenhair, who was from a tribe known as the Fire Dancers.
Yeah, I remember that,
You
actually.
don't know what lands that tribe was settled on because they don't exist anymore, presumably having been integrated into the core lands of House Logi. But Palik is one of your cadet houses. They are like one of your distant cousins. So that would probably be a place to note. The Archbishop does say, if, obviously, if you wish to inquire at the Focus Virgo, the Focus Sisterhood, that would be possible. But obviously, like you said, you specifically wanted to phrase it as like their, the
Action to Teine.
Yeah, the records in Teine. So the oldest church he knows of that's been dedicated to Fornax is 1000 Candles.
Everybody need to take a painkiller.
How long are we going? Not even 3 hours. Okay, this might be a short one. Because I'm feeling a little hungry myself, and it's starting to get later. But we have several things to do at the Hill we can power through. He will continue, asking if that's everything.
Inos will speak up quietly, and mention as a High King, seeks. He specifically mentioned the High King here. As the High King seeks to better understand the kindred, it is only right that the kindred seeks to better understand men. So he has come to look into the records of saints and relics of the Atacida, and hopefully take such records back to his people.
The subject of saints. This, at least, we do have a specific department for, what is referred to as a secretariat. That will be located in the Great Reliquary, which is over there. Points at a separate building from the Archcathedral, but a big temple-ass building on this compound. Yes, the Great Reliquary. The current prefect of the Secretariat of Saints is the prelate Dianica Ecclesia. She will be able to discuss many subjects.
Inos, inclines his head gravely and is all like, and on a more personal matter, I was hoping I could look into maybe records of miracle workers and the history, as well as would I be able to find records of the 13 Knights of the Chalice? Inos does actually say that, questioningly, like if he isn't quite sure.
The first subject kind of surprised him a little.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking about thaumaturgy, dragon sorcery, basically, and he's like, huh, interesting. He gets more of a pleasantly surprised when you talk about that, and he does kind of like, now that is a myth of man that is most curious. Yes. he kind of, again, scratches his chin a little and says, I hope you will not mind if on that subject I offer a little personal instruction. They say you can take the teacher out of the seminary, but you can't take the seminary out of the teacher. Yes. I suppose I should ask first, young Master Inos, what your familiarity with the Scepter script is.
It's like, Inos responding, it is to my great embarrassment that I must say not at all.
I have often wondered if, well, he, clears his throat, kind of adjusts his stole a little and says, while I did study at the seminary at the same time as the pontiff, I must say I was a little surprised by Marius's request to promote me to cardinal. I always kind of thought I'd end up head of the seminary college instead. I will phrase it as, to explain the name first, let us walk and talk. First, the name, Septe Script, is taken from the old dialect. It means 7 books. The current version you can read is slightly compacted to fit usually into one singular volume, but technically was actually, when written out by Saint Veritas, in the form of 7 volumes. Each of them is compiled to be themed after one of our throne gods. I before was expressing, I have always wondered if the so-called Book of Death is directly related to any scriptures of the Iron Kindred, or not. A matter we will discuss at a later point, hopefully. But this tale of the chalice comes from the first book, the Book of the Sun, which is usually taken as a fairly literal transcription of the discussion that was had between High King Wyn, Hydrus the 100 Crowns, with Veritas as an observer. Well, yeah, but scriptures does not necessarily refer just to like a text style.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically, we will for the moment skip over the basic things, where it is said that Hydrus explained the nature of our world, the 3 crowns, and the calamities. To a point of anecdote earlier, are you familiar with the legends of Calabash the Horse Lord, founder of House Cheval?
Sorry, this is like me trying to think. Oh,
I think I've heard that before.
no, we've heard it because his weapon was detailed in
No, you're right. Yeah.
in the book.
Yes,
But
out of character, do you recall the story of his weapon called the Ultima Hasta?
out of character, no. But it's only been a couple weeks, and I still have that book.
Yes,
So Inos will...
in character, because this is exactly where he's going with this. You can recall the so-called Ultima Hasta, the Last Lance, was named that because, as you do, when God appeared upon the mountain, Calabash the Horse Lord was a little surprised and poked God with his spear, and then cast it away because he was like, "Oh shit, my bad," and God gave him back the spear and was like, "No problem." But yes, that is the legend of the spear as related to you. But that was at that event where the covenant was formed. So that is presumably what he's reaching for. So yes, you can confirm.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
And he says, so the chalice. Well, as he is our Lord, not only of the sun and the heavens, but also of the blood that binds all us living things together. After all, if you cut any anyone, be him a son of man or a kindred. Blood flows all the same. But when his side was pierced, our Lord Hydrus did, of course, bleed. The Lady Veritas caught God's blood in a cup, the chalice. A simple silvered drinking vessel she had upon her person, I believe. But it was said that from that day, the chalice had unusual properties. To drink from the cup, to exchange blood, which is said to be the ritual by which High King Wyn became blood brothers with God, would grant one vitality and youth. If you were to pour water from the cup into another vessel, you would find that the chalice would be endless and provided sustenance like sleet water. And according to legend, if you poured it onto the land, the land would be restored with blessings. Veritas, in her infinite wisdom, assembled 13 followers and armed them with holy blades, alloyed with iron and silver, to watch over this chalice, the Sun Chalice, as it was called. She selected them by those who, well, I suppose we should say, had favorable signs. Selected them as her honor guard, her companions. Some were drawn from her kin, some of her manor houses. Each of them was associated with a different celestial house, which is why there were 13. But while this chalice was part of the king's regalia for many years, after taking the throne as the High King and uniting the lands, High King Wyn was having the chalice returned to throne. It was said that during this time period, one of the knights turned traitor and lost it at sea during a storm. From that point forward, since they had lost keeping it, the remaining 12 knights scattered to the four corners of the world to attempt to find it back. It is said that each knight took a single sip from the chalice, which bound their fates to it. In a technical sense, while they are not widely venerated as such, we can say that each knight was would technically then be considered a saint, for it was said that those who drank of the chalice were guaranteed entrance into the vaults of heaven. The prelate can elaborate on that further, but this is one of the subjects of sainthood. He will list out each of the knights, but I will not try and do it in character.
Very well done.
Voice. But here is the list. You had Eldrad, the knight servant, Lohengrin, the knight of life, Ule, the knight of wealth, Siwid, the knight of storms, Rarmiran, the knight of family, Frida Swede, the knight of the tortoise, Dudda, the knight of the body, Talant, the knight of balance, Maeluis, the traitor knight, Rainier, the hunter knight.
It's always a traitor
Humbert,
knight.
the knight of the tower, Gwenalt, the knight of blessings. You recognize that name because he's the one who's supposed to own that sword that now Logesh owns.
Mm-hmm.
And Dunstan, the knight of sacrifice. Thematically, loosely, each of these guys does correlate with one of the 13 celestial houses, aka the months and the constellations.
Is it weird that I feel like Dunstan is Billis is not around I feel for some reason Dunstan died in the middle of the story.
Well, he is the knight of sacrifice. Yeah, he probably did not make it all the way to the end. I have not actually I do have this bit written out. I haven't tracked down each of their individual lores because I figured that would be a really big, long explanation.
I assume there isn't. Who'd be the head knight? I guess just to be like, what would the Morte something like that?
Well, the leader of the knights would be Veritas herself. Yeah. As their commander.
Okay, then I guess be the Morte Veritas.
Well, the thing is, I mean, that Veritas is not, the promised king. She's kind of more of a Merlin type figure herself. The High King is your High King, but he was busy doing stuff. But yeah, hey, I added a whole ass Grail cycle. Have fun.
Oh
yeah.
gosh.
Gotta find the cup.
Early history. Cup. Very early history stuff, huh?
Listen, if I find that cup and take a sip, I might be on my way to become more cool than High King Win. Just saying.
Hey, at the very least, according to legend, you get some shit out of it.
Yeah.
However, I do warn you, Inos, if you take a sip, that does mean, apparently, according to the legend and possibly the law of the church, that means that you are guaranteed entrance into the vaults of heaven.
Yeah, I'll just say no and go back downstairs.
That might lead to a legal battle between
Sadly, you've already been guaranteed.
Angels will appear and suck you up into heaven, and you'll be like, "No, actually, I don't want to be here. I got shit to do somewhere else."
It's like, dear Ambassador, please.
You by force.
Dear Ambassador, please legally fight for my custody.
It's like, no, you can't force me into the vaults of heaven.
Too bad you drank from the silly cup.
You've drank from the silliest straw, sir.
That's all. Like,
also, I do.
The first
Not that I phrased it this way in my notes, but I want to put this thought into your mind. Hey, remember how Mercedes talked to you about how cleansing a ley line, restoring that flow was something that is probably possible, but she doesn't understand how to do with the place of power. If you had a magic cup, it'd be easy, because if you pour water out of the cup onto the land gets better.
You're right.
Honestly, I'm also kind of wondering if Mercedes might be related to one of these knights.
I mean, she's directly related to Veritas, but...
Veritas, there it was. Okay.
Yeah. She is a direct line descendant to Veritas the astrologer, because she is of the main line of House Verity.
That is correct.
Which also Kephas counts, by the way. But yeah, some of these are also probably, the Archbishop did tell you that, like, some of these guys were drawn from Veritas' followers. Some of them were her kin. Some of them were foreign. I think in my mind, actually, funnily enough, because he was the Knight of Blessings, Gwynalt was actually supposed to be a like foreign visitor who was just like, I'm full of blessings, but I can't be home. And Veritas was like, cool, sword. Drink from this cup. We'll go to the posse.
Just slaps him in the face with a sword, slaps him in the face with a cup. It's like, you're one of us now, let's go. Adventure! Ah!
Cup, sword, here's a stick, here's a coin.
I like to imagine that Veritas, while it seems very silently, was actually kind of a fucking firebrand.
I mean, you guys don't know, but she was bold enough to jog all the way to Crown and grab High King Win from his dragon sling and be like, yo, homie, I got a guy you gotta talk to. Who is it? It's God. God needs to talk to you.
What?
Also, at the very least, from legend, she was fast enough on her feet to go, oh, God has been stuck in the side with a spear? Hold on. Sir, boss, let me catch your blood.
There might have been a lot of blood, actually.
He is the God of blood.
He was
you don't know. Well, you guys can discuss this when you actually get to the mountain.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the very least, Veritas' legends will be, she is known for being, very knowledgeable, very observant, but also very, very quick-witted. Like, fast on her feet kind of thinking. But yeah, so that is the recounting of the Chalice Knights. The Archbishop would say, on the subject of thaumaturgy, the miracle working, there are several ways we could take that. Since the Great Reformation, there have been several secretariats placed in charge of that. Strictly speaking, as the prelate will elaborate, one of the hallmarks of being marked for sainthood is the working of a miracle. So some matters of miracles are investigated in course. Otherwise, he kind of pauses and does actually like purse his lips a little. From a strictly sorceress standpoint, those matters are handled by specifically the Holy Order of the Inquisitorius.
Okay.
He does it. That and I won't make you roll empathy. I think Inos, you can pick up that that's why he was a little hesitant. I am passingly familiar with. He says this as a joke. I should clarify. I am passingly familiar with the Witchfinder General, the Lord Inquisitor. Prosper is, on some days, I would call him friend. He's a very business-oriented man. I am quite certain if there were any texts you wished to recover from the archives, such a matter could be arranged under the archbishopric. He kind of gestures to himself. If you do not wish to make such an inquiry in person.
Enos will incline his head and be like, if that could be arranged, I would be most grateful. I would not wish to impinge upon any of the Inquisitor's time if I did not have to.
Yes, of course. You have many important things to do. Kind of gets a little twinkle back in his eyes and says, and it would have nothing to do with the vaunted reputation that some men find the countenance of the Iron Kindred unnerving or suspicious. Unearthly, even. He kind of adjusts his clerical collar and says, I, of course, he kind of looks Enos up and down, like I said, adjusts his clerical collar and says, I, of course, do not seem to find anything in such theories.
Enos won't say anything but incline his head once more.
But for now, I shall leave you in the care of, as I say, the prelate.
Mm-hmm.
He turns back to Leslok and says, Your lordship, as you say, I am certain that there will be many conversations we can be having later.
Yes.
Not least of which, I must say, with not some charm, but he's like, not without some interest, of course, that I am aware that you are engaged in a royal match. Have you put any thought, your lordship, into what location you will be holding such a wedding at? Obviously, there is I'm sure, a lay chapel in the citadel of Stonehearth. But having not yet been there myself, I do not know if the main cathedral in Brinton would be up for quite an event.
I had pondered the situation, though it has been something I needed to actually discuss with.
Of course.
So I discussed with my fiance on the other end, and
yes, the bride to be, of course. No,
she has to like it too.
Pleasing ones. He would phrase this as, well, as a man of the cloth, I am sworn off several things, which also includes the institution of marriage. I do understand that common wisdom is that, yes, one's future wife should be happy with one's wedding arrangements. Then, he raises a hand placatingly, I shall leave it to a future time. As you say, we shall have to discuss a few things. But, of course, something to put in your field. Actually, technically speaking, a wedding of such a caliber would need an officiant. I, of course, would be humbled to perform it myself, but, of course, you could request a higher inclination. The royal chaplain could suffice, and if you so desired, we could run this right up the chain and put in a request for the Hierophant himself to officiate. Kind of quirks an eyebrow at you.
I appreciate the offer, but I do not think that would be a necessary measure.
Yes.
So, I do have to actually ask, when will you be honoring, when will we be back honoring Teine with your presence?
I had intended to depart as soon as possible. There is some ceremony involved in the... Go ahead, roll empathy. he's speaking. There is some ceremony involved in the movements of a archbishop, even though I was not previously in that position. And I would not deign to impugn upon your hospitality by attempting to catch a boat back with you. I have my own effects I must keep track of.
Okay.
No, I think that would be a very sudden demand of you, and I do not expect that.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand. When he was talking about, like, offering his services and whatnot, was he talking as someone who was just genuinely offering his service, or does he seem to have some sort of angle on...
With 3 9s? No. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. 3 9s. This guy...
He seems kind of genuine.
For probably like 20 or 30 minutes tops. Yes, he seems genuine. He does not seem like an angle shooter. You can take your implications from... It's been a little subtle, but he did refer to the Hierophant by first name. They seem to be on a first-name basis.
Yeah, no, they said they studied together. No, I caught that.
Yeah.
They seem to be school friends, so
Yeah, this guy does not seem like... when he said he did not expect this to be his career track, he was not lying to you.
No, I think, I was expecting, maybe this is why he moved, but no, I think the fucking Pope might have just, did his friend a fucking solid and, sent him back home.
Oh, it's like you're from Norland. This position's open.
Yeah, no.
Honestly, again, you rolled 3 9s. I'll give you a little splash damage. The Hierophant, the Pontifex is not here for you to empathy directly, but if you had to guess, you might suspect that given your previous assessments of that man, he might have some ulterior motives for putting a hometown hero, old school chum, blocked in, significantly younger than your previous bishop. He's only 52,
I think this is a political, I do think this is a political game and a political maneuver, but I don't necessarily think he's in on it.
Yeah, no,
that makes any sense.
I would say is the appropriate read for your empathy.
Yes.
This guy is not an angle shooter. He seems genuine. Do you want to instantly loop him in on all your secrets? No. But he is not like a sinister force. He does not seem suspicious of you.
He is not Judge
I mean, again, Inos, you can make some assumptions. You met the Witchfinder General just now. He seems suspicious and standoffish and a little hoity-toity.
That's his job, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to say. Now, is he like that with literally everyone? Maybe. That is kind of his job description. But, this guy seems like a straight shooter. Once again, leaving you up to the question of well, guess what? Your new archbishop's seems like a normal, straightforward guy. How many unholy, unspeakable things will you hide from him? Whoa.
I mean, I don't think we've done anything unholy
yet. Dallas.
Like how Dallas.
We've yet to go to the fog.
That's why I went.
We've yet to go to the fog veil and find anything.
You plan on going to the fog veil.
You guys haven't done anything
go.
unholy yet. You've done some things that may be illegal, but not a big deal. But I'm just saying, this guy is the intended read here with your empathy is this guy is a honest, straightforward guy. He is a teacher. He probably likes to talk a little bit too much, like you said. Trying to take the professor out of the university type thing.
I feel but
he is when offering specifically when he is offering to officiate, the wedding for Leslok. He is saying that because he is thinking that, he is assuming that Leslok probably did not have a, super tight relationship with your previous archbishop. Like I said, that guy was 70. Literally, I did not speak of him or show him off in the prologue. I don't think you guys were super tight.
I don't even think Leofric was close to the guy.
Probably not, because that honestly, how old was Leofric when he died? Late 30s,
39, 38.
Yeah, that guy was probably was appointed to be the archbishop probably around the time you guys were born. So no, he probably didn't have a close relationship because that would not be the guy he knew as the archbishop when he was young. But he was busy with stuff. So genuinely. There is probably a little bit of distance between the apparatus of the church and House Logi. You guys do not have a super tight relationship with the Church of the Seven, and have probably not, definitely not since Leofric died, and honestly, probably not since Leofric was made Marquess. He was the kind of guy who had other shit on his mind. Honestly, Leofric Logi was probably the kind of guy who thought he would have plenty of time in his life to figure his shit out and square up with God later.
Mm-hmm.
So whether or not he ever got around to that is up in the air. But so again, if you want to read in a little, that may be what the Pontifex is aiming for. He's trying to cultivate more of a relationship. This guy genuinely is offering because like he understands that Leslok is 19 and he's scored, as I discussed, out of
one of the biggest political marriages of like the decade.
Yeah, probably the biggest marriage so far of this decade, and like I said, probably the socially highest ranked match of your generation. Like again, until such time as the Crown Prince and Agave Cheval want to like put on paper whatever's going on with them, because as Alias brought this up, whatever Prince Menace's possible romantic inclinations are, he has no fucking clue. If the second prince has any such thoughts, he plays him close to the vest. The princess has a few possible romantic entanglements, one of which is about 5 feet from you, Leslok.
I don't talk about that out of respect to him.
If we ever put whatever's going on there into like
that would be the biggest thing of like the
that
century.
Would be
no, that
not
probably
high profile so much as dramatic.
Yeah, I'm about to say scandalous even.
Yeah, that would be...
To some, definitely scandalous.
Yeah, no.
What I was going to say about the Prince and Agave Cheval is they just might get married so they don't have to think about marriage.
It would be a business marriage.
Yeah. Do you want to stop getting letters from suitors? Like, please? Both of us?
Like, we can see other people, but legally we're married.
Well, that's the thing. They might not even want to see other people.
You don't want to worry about seeing other people. That's, there. But, like I said, their relationship is both very simple and very complex. They've known each other a long time, but the way Agave Cheval phrased it,
have I literally done like
exactly Nicola, which once again very funny to me because Nicola has not brought up that conversation and has no reason to bring up that conversation again.
Why would I bring up that conversation? That is a private.
It's also outside of my bounds to ask.
But yeah, I know. But like I said, what she said is that she and the Crown Prince have no interest in making her princess consort and future, queen, because that would be yet another giant fucking headache for everybody.
Yeah, no. That's kind of what I got. I got the vibe. There was possible interest, but also it's just a lot of fucking paperwork.
I mean, that leaves room open for like a second wife.
The two of them are both career-oriented, goal-driven people who are very serious.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I think. At no point have I tried to shoot down anyone's suggestion that the two of them may be affectionate, possibly romantically inclined,
but way too fucking busy.
They're not fucking dating either, because that would be a problem. Like formal
also,
relationship would be annoying.
I do want to point out on Nicola's list of tasks is now Prince Menace Wingman ?
No, don't you fucking dare.
That's a powder keg, dude. Don't.
Why not?
It feels like both.
Because I'm pretty sure that's going to end up with Minnie as being very annoyed and you ending up stabbed in an alley somewhere.
By one of his fucking
I'll be fine. I don't think Minnie's is going to stab me.
It would turn out that he was not fine.
Yeah,
that's okay.
That's a flag. You just said a fucking flag.
It's what we'll put on his tombstone.
Also, Nicola will be found later, stabbed 47 times.
By 47 different blades.
Oh god,
they Julius Caesared him. They hit him with the Ides of March. Okay, anyway, yes, we have that aside because empathy is very important. But yes, this guy, like I said, is not an angle shooter, and he is like genuinely just letting Leslok know his options because it is technically a royal wedding. She is the 5th princess. It should be a big deal, but also, that means that you have like rights and privileges. Yeah, he is not incorrect when he says technically you, as the Marquess, being part of a royal marriage, would have the privilege to request that your officiant be the Pontifex.
That's fair.
Do you want to do that?
I just don't want the pontifex.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I'm pretty sure you guys don't want that. I think I know that you don't want that.
I just don't feel like giving him an in that way.
Well, unfortunately, he already has an in. He just put his man, who seems very nice.
No, yes, he created the in.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'd rather have it where he has to go through five different hoops instead of
you don't
one.
need to, Enos, you don't need to roll. Actually, no, none of you need to roll this because you guys should be decently good at statecraft. Maybe Nicola would need to roll something for him to get it. But he's the archbishop now. He's gonna have a big staff. He's important. He's supposed to be like in charge of the churches and cathedrals for, at the very least, all of the like central Logi territories, and will be above all of your lower ranked bishops in charge of other major areas, which your bishops are in charge of all, your parish priests, etc. So he and his office is the crown of a tree with many roots, and again, Enos, with your knowledge espionage, what's like 101 for infiltrating a group? Get a man on the inside.
Yeah.
The Pontifex doesn't need this guy to write a letter about every little thing you do. He just needs to put him in there and know some guys who know some guys and put some extra priests and brothers and monks in there.
Because honestly, the Pontifex, I think it's fair to say this, unless I'm reading this wrong. Politically, the Pontifex is stronger than any of us.
Probably, yeah.
It depends on how you look at it. But yes,
I look at it as he's the third. I look at it as he's the third most powerful person on this continent.
I'm gonna put it this way:
the king, the prince, then him.
The Pontifex has under his control basically everyone who works in a fucking church, which goes over the entire continent. Your influence basically extends to half of a small continent or island. Actually, I don't know what our actual full fucking scale is.
I wouldn't say
it's not quite a continent. But,
I would say it's small by our
pretty
standard.
Big province. You guys are territory 3. But yes, no. The and I don't. God, have I actually? I don't know if I still don't know if I've written it out. I should at some point formally run it out. But every priest, everyone who's a sworn priest has 7 oaths, right? One of them is obedience, and when that means obedience is obedience to the church and the gods. So guess what? On paper, everybody who's a sworn priest is supposed to listen to the Pontifex before he listens to you. Now, for your people, I mean, you guys do have a decent. You have the above average sovereignty. It's not crazy though.
I'm going to work on upping that.
None
when
of
get to macro time.
the people of Teine are not so devoted to you that they would they will not necessarily pick you over the Pope. So, if you guys did do something that could be construed as heretical and the Pontifex excommunicated you, which I think, yes, there would be an equivalent in this church of hey, this guy has fucked up so bad and gone against the teachings of our covenant. We are no longer offering religious services. We do not acknowledge anything this guy does. We do not talk to this guy. We do not bless this guy, etc. Not that that's likely to happen anytime soon, but if the Pontifex did roll that one out, that would be rough. Honestly, the banners backing you would probably have to do the cold-hearted assumption of we may have to ask for Leslok to step down and switch to somebody else.
Yeah, that's why I have an entire esoteric about raising sovereignty.
Important, yes. Anyway, sorry.
To the temple.
Yes. He takes you to the holiday exact. Sorry, we're in a different section of my notes. That's right. I had to scroll back up for the. I mentioned before, I wrote the chalice stuff out technically when you guys were at the point of would have been talking to Sister Mercedes, but literally in that session we were like, I'd love to ask her about that directly, but we got other shit to do.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you go to the Great Reliquary. You were introduced to Prelate Dianica Ecclesiaca, who is the Secretariat of Saints. I do have some structural notes about church hierarchy I can go over anytime you guys want. I do actually want to say I can now communicate to you the list of the clerical council.
Oh.
Who all those guys are. because one of them is the new Archbishop of Teine, Ferdinand Albrecht. But you've got the prefect of the pontiff's household, his personal secretary. You've got Bishop Clemens, who's the royal chaplain. You've got the archbishops of Crag, Grassy, Tempest, Achenar, Cages, and the Islas, Viento. You've got the tribune of the church, who is the church's head lawyer. You've got the High Inquisitor. There's the Secretariat of the Scriptures. I love, by the way, the name Brandane Clutterbuck.
That's a fun name.
By the way, if anyone is curious what my scheming is here, there's a lot of ecclesias and ecclesiases. If you're lowborn and you don't inherit anything, technically you can keep your surname. All those people who have an ecclesiastical surname were probably from a noble house and had to give up all their titles. The reason why House Verity doesn't do this, and hypothetically why some of the other like high houses wouldn't, is that like everybody fucking knows who you are kind of a thing.
But
so most of those who are given the name ecclesia are probably from minor nobility, cadet or banner houses, or even much more minor houses as well.
Wait. Sorry, isn't Sister Mercedes' surname Ecclesia? Or am I
No, she's still styled Mercedes Verity.
Oh, okay. Okay, I must be thinking of not Priscilla,
Prisca Ecclesia.
Prisca Ecclesia. I remember she was an Ecclesia. Okay.
Yeah. Because she was originally from House Gridarvol, so she gave all that up. Like I said, it's one of those things where, like, politically, there's no point in... Like, it would be a cool show for either of the Verity older sisters to, like, give up their surname and be styled Ecclesia, but it's also one of those things of, like, yeah, everybody knows you are part of House Verity. It's obvious. But also, you know, we can do some real politic and, like, separate them. But yeah, so this is the whole thing. I thought this all out of, like, who the other, like, members of the clerical council are. So, like, the bishops who are big right now are, like, Crag, Tempest, Grassy, Achenar, Cages, Viento.
Gotcha.
And like I said, I've got some more, like, discussion of how the vibes are.
Sorry, I'm just stuck on Beckett Marsh, because if I remember correctly, Marsh is usually the surname given to a bastard.
It's or a unacknowledged child.
Yeah.
It's just an orphan from the Cages, yeah.
So is Frost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, hey, another fun fact, not related to this list, but so is Star, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes, as in...
that's for Throne, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one for Throne. But yeah, no. Is there any meaning in these commonly used placeholder surnames showing up in your church officials? Find out later.
Or when, I guess, they'll get murdered by someone, I guess.
No.
Or maybe they'll murder you. Pope fights.
Pope fights are way more legal battles.
That was so in sync.
And I'm trying to check. Like, let me actually Google it just to be sure. Trying to what's the okay, so bishop is excellent. Holiness is reserved solely for the pontiff, the big P.
So we can say your excellence.
Yes.
Just because of Christians in my head, as we get to it, once I can start, like, I guess, digging through records or whatnot, I have correlated contents. Would that apply? I know that only applies for, like, if I have a large amount of books or access to, like, large knowledge to lower difficulty to know certain things, but would it also apply to just, like, it would take less time for me to dig through all this stuff?
Well, you're not digging through any stuff directly while we're here, but in future, yes, it might.
Okay.
It makes it easier, so usually, like, if it's easier to do and you can score some extra width, you can do some more speed. But actually, that's right. I was down here. I posted that list, but I also wanted to double check if I put Miss Dianica in my Dramatis list. No, I did not. Let me just type her out real quick then. Spitball. Ranks there. Okay, all right. Yeah, we're about 3:30. We can probably cram our saintly exposition in. I know it's an exposition-heavy episode. Everybody wants to take a nap, but
I'm fine. My headache's cleared up.
Building questions.
I'm fine now, actually.
I'm not thinking about you. I know the nappers.
I've managed to clear 2 Nikkei story chapter events during this.
I'm not sure what to say about that. Anyway, moving on.
Oh, well, it would help if you were in the right tab of your notes. That's why you can't find out what you're doing. I will, again, leave character voice to kind of spell out the thing, because you ask, you're introduced to a prelate, which is basically a special priest, is how prelate works. You are not like given authority over like a region, but you are acknowledged by a higher power, the pontifex, as like, hey, you're pretty cool. And usually only prelates become prefects, which is, you are called a prefect if you're head of a secretariat, which is a department. I have not literally listed every secretariat. I just have a ballpark of like stuff that they're about, but that's things like saints, scriptures. They have one for diplomacy, obviously. They have, one for religious laws. Their diplomacy is also slightly different from their... I'm not sure whether it would be, because it wouldn't necessarily be called missionary, but like preaching, like the actual department of like spreading the word.
The word.
And various other elements. Sorry, clear my notice. But Miss Dianica gives you basically a rundown of how sainting works.
Okay.
So, a saint is one who has been sanctified. They are, by doctrinal definition, basically confirmed to be in the vaults of heaven with Hydrus or the other throne gods. In practical terms, out of character saints... Sorry, get a little dry-throated. Been doing a lot of expositing. Let me sip my water real quick. Basically, another way to think of saints in the context of this game, and I am not specifically saying anything about real life, draw your own conclusions. But saints basically become minor deities themselves. They are objects of veneration who are capable of intercession through the power of prayer or sorcery. So they are people acknowledged by the church. They are, basically, if someone is sanctified, they are canonized as a saint. That's the church saying, yep, that guy's definitely in heaven. And if you pray to them, they might be listening and might be able to intercede on your behalf. They are not just some guy sitting in his eternal life. You may address those who are sanctified as blessed or venerable. The prefect would go on to talk about how in ages past, they did actually recognize living saints through a variety of means, but after the Great Reformation, they've put on down in strict, not quite law, but they have strict procedures for how they canonize saints. So it would be extremely unlikely to be declared a living saint. You would have to be rectified by the clerical council via a pontifical decree. So basically, not just the pontifex, but also all of his cardinals and other high advisors. So all 14 guides would have to be like, yes, living saint, put it in paper. And just, that's not likely to happen. Which means, of course, that it absolutely will happen because we're in a fictional setting, but it's not normal.
Depends on how many things come up.
Just you wait. Whatever chapter I call the final act, that'll be it won't be the final act, but the third act turn equivalent. Just look at how many things I'll throw at you. how many endgame crises there will be. Anyway, to qualify as a saint, you have to be recognized for various actions or attitudes. It's not a complete checklist, but if you met all qualifications, you would be basically guaranteed sainthood. So people have to be virtuous, not necessarily being a priest, but if you live your life in conformity to the 7 oaths, which are to reiterate, because I do have those down, members of the Church of the Seven do have to take a series of oaths, which is peace, poverty, obedience, purity, humility, charity, celibacy. I've mentioned them before. I keep forgetting to fucking write them down, but basically, the oath of peace is associated with Hydrus. That is commonly interpreted as you swear not to wage war and not to perform violence. Violence is one of those words that when I say in modern English, you're like, ah, yes, I understand what a violence is, but could be taken in a more historical context to mean different things. Generally, those who take the oath of peace are not forbidden from like self-defense or acting to like help the innocent, but you are not supposed to like do an unprovoked, violent act, basically.
Not to, strike in anger or strike on. Yeah, no, I get it.
And some priesthoods, like some monastic orders, do take that to be very literal and will not even act in self-defense, but that's an extreme version. Poverty, which is the oath to Dea Tacita, is as a person, you forfeit all of your earthly possessions to live simply. You are not to ostentatiously yourself, but rather your value is to be given to the church.
Is it weird that I feel like these two values feel almost in opposite to some of the actual precepts of the gods, but that's just me?
Oh no, well, this is, Dea Tacita as seen through men, not, Dea Tacita as seen through as iron demons.
This is how the priests, show their respect of, we will not hoard your treasures because that's not our job to do. We give them all up. We don't need them.
Yeah.
We're gonna.
I better not see gold. I better not see gold statues in the church.
Well, no,
Axe, you're forgetting about how real life corruption in the church happens.
Yeah, the church.
The priest doesn't own that statue. The church owns that statue.
Yeah. The church prince and all that. Yeah.
The third oath is obedience. That is specifically obedience to the gods in the church. Basically, you're supposed to listen to whatever somebody higher ranked in the church tells you. Purity is a little loosely interpreted, but that is generally talking about physical and spiritual practices. So you don't, engage in acts of drunkenness or narcotics. You're supposed to keep yourself generally healthy, but also means that you don't, engage in acts which would be seen as unclean, which could include, I don't know, doing a weekend at Bernie's. Don't take a dead body and make it do a cartwheel. Any of that stuff. The oath that is related to titles is the oath of humility. That is, you keep no authority and no titles other than what the church grants you. So you hand over all. Basically, poverty means you give up all your earthly possessions. This includes, lands, wealth, etc. Humility is the oath where you fork over all of your legal titles, I guess. So, for instance, hypothetically, if Leslok were to drop everything and become a priest and swear the oath of humility, that would mean he can't be styled as the Marquess. He is not the head of House Logi. And also would lose several other authorities, no longer steward of the North, etc., etc. The oath of charity is not only do you give up all your possessions for poverty, any further wealth you accumulate, you don't accumulate to yourself. You give to the church, and in general, anything you have, you don't need that thing. You can give that to somebody who needs it.
So, Omega, just to clarify, this is very much we're going Catholic vibes here, right? Not so much other Christian,
Oh yes, we're taking Catholic interpretations here, but like I said, there's 7 oaths because each of the oaths corresponds to a deity.
Well, if we're doing poverty, we definitely can't be doing evangelical.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a loophole that you can give your funds over to the church, but it's one of those things where like there's room out there. The last oath is celibacy. This one is, again, we talked about the interpretation. Specifically, this is if you are a priest, you don't get married, you don't have kids, legally speaking. Obviously, like if some stuff happens, depending on how much of that was like your fault, that might mean that you get kicked out of the priesthood or not. But strictly speaking, you legally can't be married and you legally cannot have heirs or children. So, you give all that up.
That doesn't mean certain other things, but it's different.
I don't mean to be off topic. I promise. Like, I just don't understand this one in real. It just is the one in real religion that has never made sense to me.
Honestly, it's probably because someone got pissed off at a woman and said "fuck you."
I guess.
I mean, there's a lot of
sexism in history.
There's a lot of baggage in the text of many real life religions about when, where, and how is the proper time to do the sex.
Like, because like I'm not gonna claim Judaism is some like pro-feminist agenda. It's very misogynistic in its teachings, but the whole they want is encourage priests to have kids because that means there's more people to practice the religion. Like, I don't know.
Because I did do some research into this to figure out how to construct this. I think in real life it generally has to do with the fact that, at least in Catholicism, Big J and the disciples did not really do the boning down. And
I think that's just because
that is a whole conspiracy about like, did Jesus ever get married?
I think
not
maybe
according to the context of the Bible. So
I will say by the words of the vow, it doesn't say you can't have sex. It's just don't have kids.
Well,
in our context, yes, the vow of celibacy is specifically that like you are not producing heirs.
I'm gonna guess
that oath is tied to Vertum, who is usually associated with fertility. So you basically say, "Hey, oh Mountain Father, I'm not gonna harsh your buzz, no more."
I'm gonna guess it has to come down to the difference between, again, which is what I keep finding in my own journey, is the difference between a proselytizing versus non-proselytizing religion. Whereas if you don't proselytize, the only way you get new followers is kids. So that'd be stupid. It's like you can't convert people and you can't have kids. Well, your religion's going to die out in like a decade.
It is not, strictly speaking, required to live in order with every oath all the time. These can be considered like core virtues. So if you're a virtuous person, you can be a saint. And indeed, you're going to find a lot of unmarried people who don't have a lot of money as saints.
Well, like I said, to err is human, to forgive is divine.
Yeah. The next big qualification is what they call extraordinary works. So this can include miracles in the sense of thaumaturgy, the non-attuned form of dragon sorcery, but also could include spontaneous development of other sorceries. Those are supposed to be from the gods. So if somebody suddenly starts throwing out a sorcery that they have no history of, that is usually considered miraculous.
Being able to see the ghosts is like a thing.
But also can include forms of capital M miracles that are beyond even the understanding of sorcery. There have been things that saints have done which do not seem to be replicable with spellcraft and are just like a fucking divine intervention. That's a miracle, baby.
Is there an example you have or you don't?
No. Let's not.
There are,
please.
I mean, there's a couple we've already talked about. The one that's the simplest is just like, while she is not a saint, something you know of that was miraculous was Aspathi Stormborn prayed and got a sword made of lightning.
Oh, okay.
That's miraculous, baby.
Okay, gotcha.
Like, there are things that are beyond ye ken. To qualify as a saint these days, your miracle must be certifiable, and therefore we must not be able to explain it through any other means. So no hoaxes or no logical explanations. Again, by the way, in history, the real-life church were very foremost in the sciences. They get their anti-science reputation because of modern business and because a lot of the problems with Copernicus and Galileo was that they did not yet have a theory of gravitation to explain why their theories were correct. So in the eyes of the church, they were just chatting shit.
Good to know.
Yeah, that's extraordinary works. Also, as like a sub aspect, not directly related, but slaying or exorcising monstrum can count as a miracle, especially if they do through their means of faith. Though even feats of arms can count if it is virtuous enough. If you throw yourself at a monster you have no hope of beating, and somehow you win out with a stick, people might go, "That's a fucking miracle. You should not be alive." The other big one in terms of like miraculous stuff is not necessarily a act of extraordinary works, but revelations or special knowledge of the divine. There have been people who seem to hear the gods or to act with their knowledge, or otherwise can expand the knowledge of scripture and theology. Like miracles, these do have to be verified. People who have revelations may take years for them to be verified, because if you say a prophecy about something that's going to happen 11 summers from now, we got to wait 11 summers and see if it comes up. But yes, there have been people who have seemed to had knowledge from beyond. I mentioned offhand. Again, you guys as members of the high houses may not speak of Veritas as a religious figure, because you guys think of her as the founder of a high house and one of the original founding members of the King's Council and all that stuff. But she is counted as a saint because she was a revelatory worker, in that she wrote down the core books of the Septoscript and seemed to have some knowledge of what the fuck was going on. One of the other aspects is similar to revelations is great teachers, those who generally expand knowledge of the natural or spiritual world, or otherwise grant wisdom to the church or their congregations, can qualify for sainthood. This is a little bit one of a weaker qualification. To actually be a great teacher, you must have done some like serious level of revelation. But unlike miracles or revelations, being a great teacher is really easy to verify. If the clerical council all goes, "Yeah, no, they were a great teacher. They really expanded our knowledge." That's it,
They discovered gravity.
Yeah, that scientific explanations count, but also being qualified for sainthood might also be specifically they discovered gravity and explained it to the church. Again, in real life, there are analogies of this, of like people like Saint Augustine and other philosophers. Like, a lot of people got to be made saints just because they wrote a lot of books, and the church was like, "These were damn good books. We learned a lot from that guy." Saint. The big qualifier, though, the one that is, again, usually going to shoot you straight up there, and this is where a lot of the old school, the oldest Christian saints go: martyrdom. If you died in the service to the faithful or the gods and have been martyred, pretty good run for sainthood. This one's very rare these days in the setting, but during the War of the Lost, there would have been a lot of martyrs. To some people, that was a holy war. Also,
the holy war in their cages.
Technically, no, the War of the Lost is the war with the War of the 13 is with the fallen houses. Right. That one also probably had some martyrs, depending on what people did. Again, we've talked about this. Technically, your guys' fight against the Fog Veil was supposed to be started because they were attempting to misappropriate a sorcery, which could be seen as a heretical act. So, some people who died in that conflict may be martyred now. But no, the martyrdom qualification also can count for those who are quote unquote known to be in the vaults of heaven directly. For example, while we usually the church does not bother to sanctify High King Wyn because his relationship with God is very special, he is said to have been directly teleported, transposed into heaven when he died. He lived like 200 years, and when he died, literally some angels came down in a pillar of light and scooped him up. This also means
you drank from the cup, it's your time to go to heaven.
But here's the point that the prelate would bring up to you. Technically, the only actual qualification that hands down makes you a saint, as in they literally put saint next to your name, you are described as blessed or venerated, is a pontifical decree. A statement by the Hierophant that someone is canonized. Now, according to the rules and regs of the church, The Pontifex is not supposed to do that unless they meet one or more of those above criteria, and usually a majority. But if a Pontifex wanted to go on a crazy tear, he could just start making pontifical decrees.
Didn't that happen in history once?
I'm pretty sure
probably
that did.
several times. Popes
Yeah.
do a lot of, again, joking about Pope fights, which is a video series by OSP. Everybody take a drink.
I was thinking of posting a link to it.
The rules of
Which
being
one?
the Pope were very chaotic throughout history of, like, what the fuck the Pope's job was. For a long time, before Italian unification, the Pope was also effectively the, like, king or duke of the entire city of Rome. So, like, the Pontifex Draconis and the role of the Hierophant has similarly had its ups and downs. Your modern separation of powers came about in the Great Reformation, which we talked about happened about 250 years ago-ish. I don't like to lay down numbers if it doesn't really matter. But it happened several generations ago. That very clearly split that, okay, the High King is in charge of all matters earthly. He is the earthly representative chosen by Hydrus to manage, the kingdoms of men. So the land and all that stuff and the nature of the nobility and the peerage, that's all his business. The voice of the dragon, the Pontifex Draconis, is the authority of all matters spiritual, ephemeral. So all of that is supposed to extend through the Pontifex's authority. Does that mean that the Pontifex does not have some leftover earthly authorities lying around and the High King has some leftover spiritual authorities? Yeah, but on paper, they're supposed to be separate. So canonized saints are listed in official documents. They have sites related to them, may be consecrated, hometown, favorite instruments, or institutions, places of death. Canonized saints are considered valid targets for prayer for the faithful of men. Praying to a non-canonized saint could be a little iffy. It might be heretical in some contexts, and at the very least, the church says, well, don't do that. That won't lead to intercession. You got to pray to the correct one. There are going to be, probably over 100 canonized saints, but there are a handful of popular ones, of which are considered patrons. Inos, I have a decently long list of examples. We are coming up on 4 hours, though. Inos, I know, was hunting for specifically saints under Dea Tacita.
Yeah. We don't have to actually exposit. If you just want to, post some text at me, I can read it. Like I said, this wasn't actually, because this doesn't have any actual, well, at the moment, plotline relevance. It was just something Enos got interested in. So no, we do not actually have to spend time on it. Okay. Same with
I can for sure hit you with the ones that are for Dea Tacita, but I also have several that are just out there in general. Then my last bit of exposition before I will just text dump you guys off mic is relics, because this is a thing you've also been curious about. Again, the prelate would let you know, the prefect would let you know. In a technical term, relics are items that are associated with the saint and may capture some of their beneficence, some of their veneration. In some cases, some saints are miracle workers or other forms of sorcery. Their relics may just be artifacts which contain some echo of their power. It is possible to, permanently embed sorcery in objects. It's expensive and it takes a lot of time to, create an artifact that casts a sorcery reliably, but that may happen. In this case, arms, armor, raiments, and other charms are very common. Some objects, though, are of veneration. The prefect would actually, because Enos is asking these questions as the focus point, she would bring up that it is commonly accepted that this is maybe related to the domains understood by soulcraft. Mm-hmm. Obviously, most saints are not going to be soulcrafters enchanting objects, but objects acquire souls by basically getting soul juice from people. So if a person who is literally worshipped as, a aspect of the church, which is followed by, thousands upon thousands of people, they had a thing, and that thing is now worshipped in proxy of them. Fast track to a soul, probably. So, that's a lot of juice that the collective worship and veneration of a saint's personal effect may cause that object to awaken naturally without the intervention of sorcery at all. this is something that Inos would understand as a soul crafter. Again, really rare outside of most contexts. Like, the Iron Demons probably have an equivalent of something like the, Tsukumogami? Just remember all my consonants there. Like, the idea that from Shinto that an object can become a kami after, existing for about 100 years. Like, you guys probably have a similar folklore of just like, oh yeah, if you don't awaken an object with magic, but you just make a high quality object that is in use for probably like 100 years or something, it probably just awakens normally. That still takes a long time, but that's there. The other thing, though, that can happen, and again, the prefect would phrase this with like a word of caution. She understands that the congregation, the faithful as they are called, does sometimes offer this veneration to the physical remains of saints. Because that is their physical form, they have observed intercession, miracles, and like acts of faith can occur with the ashes of saints, samples of their blood, teeth and small bones. The church doesn't really encourage this, but it is a thing that has happened. It can repel devils and spirits, remove curses, heal the sick, etc. Again, the Department of the Saints would really prefer if you do not venerate and utilize like the finger bones of a saint to do that. But it is a thing they have noticed that happens. The Secretariat of the Saints has a catalog of verified relics, tracks down lost relics, and will make sure to verify the existence of that sort of thing. But primarily the aspect of running down a relic that has become completely misplaced, running down relics that are misused, and investigating if something is a relic at all falls under the designation of the Holy Inquisitorius. So the Department of Saints catalogs relics. They probably store relics. They have a big list of relics. If you say, hey, I think this is a relic, that's when Inquisitors pop out of the ground and go, yes, let us see. That is also, again, how actual saints are. Like, if you go out there claiming that you are receiving revelations or doing extraordinary works, the people who show up are the Inquisitorius. Again, they pop out of the ground and are like, yes, let us see your miracles, quote unquote. Yes. And then they are supposed to go out there. Yeah, I mean, if you want to lock out your mission, you probably want to wait until the 1,000 candles, which I know is a little longer than Leslok was planning. There might still be some tangible stuff, but
I still think I should find a basis here. At least I marked it off the list, but that's something we could probably put as a footnote.
I mean, I would say this. I don't know if you can mark it off your list. There's some scriptures and some stuff to study, but like I said, the worship of Fornaxia is not focalized here. The part of the church that is here in the Astracan Hill, like I said, is mostly to do with ordos, clerical orders that are related to like their aspect as a wing of the Church of the Seven, which means primarily focusing on the concept of, like I said, filial piety is a big one. Fraternal love is another like aspect of Fornaxia. That's really focused here. If you want to actually find like really historical records of like people who actively worshipped her, possibly exclusively, again, you're gonna have to go to Aquinar or see what the Temple of 1,000 Candles will.
Okay. Well,
it's a nice place.
I was just saying, I meant like mark the list as in like places I should check to like look into it. But yeah.
Yeah, you're locked in. I think that's your good list. You could still visit the like I said, the Focused Sisterhood, and I don't know if Inos wants to poke in because I did mention that that's a historical fact that High Queen Eltonin was like the head of that order before she got married. So you know that if we assume that she was also a dragon, which you should assume anyway because you know me, it's me. That's a much cooler answer that she was a dragon. That means that the Sisterhood probably started as like technically a dragon cult to her, because I did mention that the big dragon,
a scaly society,
Shining Etanine, was considered herself a minor goddess of the dawn before like the Covenant ironed out all this shit.
I wasn't planning on going, considering I feel like we are slightly pressed for time. We want to go on, but if the Marquess wants to go, Inos will totally go and be like, "So about your founder, tell me about her. Was she pretty?"
Yeah,
we
so
can abbreviate that if that's easier on all of you. But like, yeah,
Omega just has to dangle a hot dragon lady, and Look is like, "I'm there."
I mean, mostly
you guys could probably do that while I'm disarmed.
Yeah. I think this one's...
Joke's on you! You're already disarmed.
No, I still have it.
No, he's disabled.
Yeah.
The primary note I had about if you wanted to like look in is I know that Inos was concerned about how, again, the relationship of men with the worship of Dea Tacita. The most holy site to Dea Tacita in Tredecim is the Cryptum, the sacred burials.
Cryptum.
There's a big mortuary temple and crypt under Astracan Hill. Who could have guessed?
Huh.
So that's where they store the bones of a shitload of hierophants, saints, members of House Verity, etc. They are assigned their own secretariat, the Department of Burials, and they are guarded by a order known as the Cryptum Knights, who are technically a different order of the Inquisitorius, but they are a clerical order who are considered incorruptible because they take their shit very seriously, straight up including they take a vow of silence. But they are supposed to be like unbribable, uncorruptible. They are a very strict order who takes their job very seriously about making sure that you do not enter.
Oh, I can't enter. Okay, never mind.
I mean, you might be able to inquire, but they make sure that people do not unauthorizedly enter the crypts.
Okay.
You might be able to walk around. I don't have any like strict description of the architecture, but I could describe them later. We're at about 4 hours. And,
Again, this is one of those things you keep giving me things like shit. I do want to see that.
I mean, it's one of those like logical things. The lore book out. Yeah, there would be a giant crypt and mortuary temple where they bury their dead. Yes, it would be dedicated to Dea Tacita. There's some very cool guys who are silent in there.
Silent watchers.
Is there any plot in this?
Probably not.
No, probably not. But if you do want to check it out later, I can write some notes about what their temple is like and talk about the architecture of the crypts.
Yeah, can we just do like an off-camera scene where Inos goes visits and looks around and stuff, and you just give me a text box?
Oh yeah, I can give you some box text later.
At some point, you should maybe just give us, I guess, like index blurbs of just places to be. Where it's like we went there, but we didn't have to show it.
Yeah, like I feel like that's what we got to do.
That's probably how your visits to the other houses are gonna go. Like, I'm not gonna have like required plot hook character notes. Like there's not gonna be forced scenes. I'm just gonna be like, hey, here's what, for instance, House Ghouls is headquartered at the Rose Pavilion. Here's what the Rose Pavilion looks like. Here's some stuff that goes on there. Cool, any conversations you want to have while you're there, you hit me with them. Otherwise, smoke bomb. We're out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bet that this text block is gonna be too big to yes.
Well, yeah. So I guess I'll have a place to check when I get back. So I guess that's the thing I'll be doing when we do a tour around Teine as I get back, and then do 2 months of meetings, and I hope things don't explode. But that's later.
But I think that's gonna. Yeah, we're wrapping the session. I just said gonna like 3 times in a row without emphasis. I'm losing my mind slightly. This has been Astracan Hill. You guys can go back down the hill because Nicola's got his surgery. And I don't want to seem like I'm forcing you off the hill. Technically, you don't have to leave right away, but it did kind of seem like the other characters were mostly interested in coming up the hill to say
Nicola will power walk out of there.
Yeah. You guys saw the courtyard of the heavens. You looked at the Temple of the Seven Thrones. Again, if you guys want to go into the Archcathedral, which also probably has a dedicated like statue of Hydrus, which probably is a little more, freaky and or
the bloody hand holding the sword.
Yeah, he's probably holding the bloody sword and like not crowned in solar fire, but has like a crown made of dragons, like that kind of shit. Like that's inside the cathedral. You guys could actually like take a prayer there. Eat some communion wafers. I should actually probably figure out what you got. There probably is an equivalent of like. I mean, wine is red, so definitely you should take a shot of communion wine. But I should figure out how bread works in this context.
Blood wine.
Never gonna give.
Veritable Saint gonna.
But like I said, I don't want to seem like I'm forcing you guys out. But we've discussed for several weeks our plans, and it did not seem like people had a lot of other shit they wanted to hit up.
No,
on the hill, so.
I did just want to make sure Inos will be able to get like records and texts about the things we discussed, including like maybe some of the works of thaumaturgy and whatnot. Correct? Like,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Basically, he wants
your reading list is intact.
Yeah.
Yes, because he basically wants some text on the chalice and the knight, that information, the thaumaturgy, the sainthood, and probably a list of like the relics and whatnot. Off camera, he definitely would like to go visit. Oh God, what was the High Queen's order called again?
That's the Focus Sisterhood or the Focus of Virgo.
Yeah, the Focus of Virgo and visit the crypt. But like I said, those things can actually just be done off camera, and I can like.
Yeah. The big thing about the Focus Sisterhood is, hey, they're slightly analogous to the Vestal Virgins, so they have a big sacred flame which is never supposed to go out.
Mm-hmm.
Nicola would like to get those notes on automata making from Professor. Get a copy of those.
No, I think we can handle all of. Basically, we're gonna use my favorite video game assumptions here. Basically, if you guys encounter a piece of plot text, I don't delete my notes ever. So you just scribble them down in a journal, and if you need me to, I could just copy and paste you most of the text blocks that I've used about stuff.
I think we got like the Final Fantasy 16 style journal where we have a thing where it just tells us all the like connected plot beats.
Hell, if I had that as a fucking app, I would be in there fucking updating that shit. Updated my journal.
I think someone needs to make that, or it's I think that's Word Anvil or something.
Yeah, I guess technically Word Anvil can do that. But yes, so I will ask again before we move on next session if anybody thinks about anything they would want to look at while they're on Astracan Hill specifically. Otherwise, you guys will probably spend the rest of your day chasing down those things. And I guess the question is for next time is for you to think about is, do you want to go up Mount Throne today? Like, do you want to reach the mountaintop at sunset kind of a thing? Or do you want to do that bright and early tomorrow morning, as the sun rises?
We're talking about trying to do it at a non-peak hour.
Inos will totally climb that mountain at night. Probably will do so anyway.
Honestly, if you want non-peak, while sunrise and sunset are both very powerful spiritually, sunrise is definitely more popular amongst pilgrims. So you could try and cram in your final sightseeing tonight if you guys want.
Honestly, I want to do that because that means tomorrow we can prepare to leave midday.
Okay. That means I will make sure to do my
Is anyone against that?
text notes on the other areas. All right. Okay.
Because it means that technically the next morning we could visit the Martlets. At least Konrad can.
Oh, I have to.
I don't know.
Well, maybe not. House Martlet's a couple jumps over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, we
They're not
haven't
on the
gotten
big
any
mountain
message
area.
back from them.
Yes, no. Loth is correct. The pilgrims all want to go at daybreak so they can see the fucking sun crest up over the hill because that would be rad. Anyway, that means we're gonna do the session wind down. Everybody gets your 2. Enos, you get your extra because you are unwholesome, and like I said, the head of the Pontifical Guard did not like you.
Fine by
Probably for
me.
that
She
reason.
seems a bit of a prick.
Ironically, Omega, you could have jinxed Alice's attempt to hide things.
Didn't need to.
I could have, but I was gonna let that one ride, and I just have to. It was funnier that way. I thought about jinxing it, but I was like, no, I want to roll and see. If he gets away, he gets away. So that's gonna be it. I don't think anybody did clock out their missions yet. You guys are still working on your.
I made my
mission
notes,
so we'll get
so I
through there.
Nope, we're not in time yet.
Yeah,
I know. I'm trying.
My missions now need to be in time for my missions, and I don't want to get there.
Honestly, you guys might. I don't want to owe a promise, but depending on how much role playing happens, you guys could be back in time by the end of next session.
That's my goal.
That is,
well.
I think, a doable plan, and I will probably. Be
I just have to get
myself.
my arm cut off. That's pretty much my only.
Oh, don't forget. Actually, I should bring this up.
Requirement.
I believe with 10 XP you can just buy an asset for your company.
Oh yeah. I keep looking at those.
Point.
I'm like, do I want that?
If you also could just
There
buy
are a
10
few
to
of those.
buy
Some
a
of them are
point.
permanent, and also if you're truly not going to do anything with the EXP, some of them, even if they are just like a windfall, that can just be like, hey, I've been planning a fucking windfall for the past 2 months. Boom, XP, we're set.
No, I still got things I want to buy. It's just I'm like, it's one of those things of like, do I want to spend like, what do I necessarily want to buy? Because I have been looking at the company
you're
assets.
Racking up like, whatchamacallit? I remember that Axe. I mean, admittedly, we take a lot of sessions to do stuff, but I know Axe was like concerned about like the EXP growth. But like, you rack up like 2 every session. You wait a couple sessions and don't spend it. That means you got like 4 to 6 in your pocket.
No,
you go.
We're good.
I was more. I was more.
We're
I was more
more
thinking
than
about it
fine
being like because
XP
I'm a
growth.
spellcaster, I technically have enough. I have a lot of an XP sink, but it's more of like eventually I will max out my skills.
Yeah, no, I haven't like been buying like much spells and whatnot, but
I think Inos is working on it.
I mean, if you don't, I guess that makes sense as a preset.
Well, okay, actually, I'll say this on camera before we go, before I close out and tell you to subscribe. Oops. The book actually has this talking about spending EXP. There are like 2 ways to do it. You can go mention, as Logesh usually does, as Loth does for Logesh, hey, I am, when we're in downtime, I'm reading books about this. I am practicing this. Or, if you reasonably have downtime, you can just say, oh, I'm spending this EXP because when I am off camera, this is what I am doing. Now, if, as the player, he doesn't think that he's been doing that off camera either, that's fine also. But the book actually says that. Anyway, I already said the like, comment, subscribe. This has been rain number 38. I remember what we said earlier. I'm wrapping up the session. I'm sorry if I'm speaking at 5 miles a minute, but we've been going for over 4 hours, and I could use a snack. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.